Thank you. Oops. We're getting some feedback there. Should I turn? Okay, we're just got a couple technical difficulties here. Okay. Nope. Oh, yeah. As I'm looking around for all members, which are, everyone is present. So we'll move forward and I'll ask, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? If so, Councillor Columbus?
Yes, Madam Chair. I wish to declare conflict of interest with respect to agenda item number 4.6. This is the Lehigh Drain. I have a family member who owns property within the assessed catchment area of the Lehigh Drain. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that, I guess, Madam Clerk, we will have that removed.
Yep.
And moved over so it can be dealt with separately so that Councillor Columbus is able to vote on the rest of the items that are coming up. Now we have our committee has the agenda before them. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none. May I get a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on. First item we have is we have a closed session item today, and can I have a mover for the following motion? That the committee enter closed session at, I have 1:04 p.m. pursuant to the Municipal Act 20001 as amended section 239, sections 2 and E to discuss matters pertaining to legislation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. May I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Van Bassen. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So we're going to go into the other room over there for closed session.
Hi, I'm Tom Pursley. I work at Titan Trailers. I manage the shop and design, build, program robot cells on the floor to hand off to operators to build trailer components and assemblies. I knew I always wanted to work with my hands growing up as a kid. I never wanted to be stuck behind an office doing paperwork for the rest of my life, and it really interests me to build something and see the final result when you're done.
My name's Angela Simon and I work for Annex Business Media. We are a trade magazine publisher. We produce 65 trade magazines for a diverse industries, so everything from aviation to firefighting to design engineering, manure. We have a very diverse set of magazines that we produce. I'm the production manager and I oversee the creative department in 2 divisions in Simcoe and in Toronto. We have 14 designers that lay out and design the magazines. When I started in this industry probably 26 years ago, where everything was hand done. Now everything's so automated, done on the computers, and that's probably been the biggest change for me.
My name's Phil Wiersma and I work for Rasson Services. We're an industrial contracting company, so we do some custom fabrication and mechanical and electrical installations and repairs. We've built large pump skids for the oil sands out west. We've done some major factory overhauls and expansions. We do some fairly large jobs for a fairly small company. I've always liked to take things apart and put them back together, and so this is just another stepping stone.
My name is John Brock Picard. I'm 20 years old and I work at Ramblin' Road Brewery Farm. Here we make 8 different kinds of Picard's Extreme kettle chips. It's all on one line. The potatoes come in from the farm and we put them in through the hopper. They get cleaned and they go through a grading table where I inspect them and cut off all the rotten spots, pick out the bad ones. And then they go through up to the cutter. They're cut into kettle chip size and they're fried and salted. I guess the best part about my job would be the sampling. When the fresh potato chips come off the line, nothing beats them.
I think young people should be strongly considering a career in manufacturing. Skilled trades, there's always going to be a large demand for that, and they're high-paying jobs. The actual job is getting better as the new technologies come into play.
The skills you need to do my job would be definitely graphic design, computer skill. If you have any kind of video or inclination to do video or any of that kind of stuff, or web design, that's also a huge asset for what we do.
I would say if you like to take things apart and put things back together, or build things from scratch, or if you have even a creative mind, manufacturing is a good way to go.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a vlog and video series about the people of Norfolk. People that are involved in our community, people that bring a lot of energy. So this is about a conversation, this is about their story. So welcome to episode 3. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to dig in people's lives, ask questions, and learn about people's passion. Today I'm here with Adam. Hi, Adam.
Hi, how are you doing, Emily?
Great. I'm happy that you're here, taking the time to sit down with me today. So I've known you for a little bit, small community, but people that don't know you. Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
So, my name's Adam Van Passen. I grew up here in Norfolk County. I was born onto a farm, and I got to work on that farm growing up, which was a great learning experience. From a young age, I got to understand what hard work was and what it was to be close to nature. So that was very cool for me. Growing up like that, my dad also was a counselor for Haldeman, Norfolk, and he had a big part in shaping what is today Norfolk County. So I got to see that, and watching him and experiencing him work through that really sparked an interest in me for the county and what it could become.
Great. So not like the typical kids. We hear most high schoolers like just ready to get out of their hometowns and go explore the city and something else, and it doesn't sound like that's your story.
Not at all. I heard a lot of kids saying that they wanted to move on to bigger, better things, and I just really didn't have that feeling. I always thought the biggest, best things were here in Norfolk to start.
So I asked you to pick a location today, and you bring me to a place that I don't know very well in Norfolk.
Yeah.
So tell me about where we are and why you picked it.
This is a very cool spot. I know a lot of people drive by it, maybe on their way to Long Point or into Port Rowan, but this is Boose Harbor. So I grew up on Boose Harbor. My best friend, his family owned this place. So I grew up here hanging out, relaxing, boating, going out fishing, going out hunting. I worked here for a while. I did some volunteer work for the Shriners Club here, doing some chicken barbecues. So I really got to experience Norfolk and how community comes together. There's a lot of people that take up their summer residence here in trailers, and it's very cool to see all these people that are coming from other places in Ontario to enjoy what Norfolk has to offer. So it's just very cool to see that and experience it. One very cool fact about this place is that Boose Harbor has the largest amount of indoor boat storage on boathouses for all of the world.
The world?
Yes.
Wow, that is crazy. This little place.
Yes, absolutely.
Very cool. Something to be proud of.
I would absolutely say so.
So we've been talking about nature. I know we spend lots of time outside. You bring me to a boating place where you like to fish and spend time. So tell me about your passion. Obviously there's a connection somewhere there.
Yes, absolutely. I, especially recently with everything that I've been seeing happen in the world, I'm very passionate about the earth. So I want the earth to be a good place. I want Norfolk County to be a good place. Everything that I love about Norfolk has to do with outside, has to do with nature, has to do with clean water, clean air, fresh trees, everything. So I just really think it's important to take care of everything that we have here in Norfolk County, and it's not an easy thing to do. So
No. We all have to start and do our part. That's the thing, right?
absolutely, and I'm doing my best, but it does get very difficult. It's easy to make the change, it's just hard to start.
So we were talking earlier about, doing things around Norfolk and visiting places. I know you're a busy guy, like you work, you're a volunteer firefighter. So what do you do to de-stress and relax?
I would say my number one most favorite thing to do to de-stress would be to just get out on Lake Erie. Whether that's ice fishing, fishing, boating, swimming, relaxing, it's just such an amazing place. As soon as you get out on Lake Erie and you get away from shore a little bit, you just come out to this different zone.
Other than this place, like where else do you like to visit in Norfolk County? Where else? What's one of your other favorite spots?
I would say that my favorite spots in Norfolk County would have to be broken into two categories. One is nature, being Lake Erie, boating, all of that kind of fun outdoor stuff. And I also like Norfolk's bounty. Before, maybe you had to go out to a place far away to enjoy all of this beer, wine, food, amazing service, but now we can just go out the back door, and before I can drive for 10 minutes, I found something that I can go to locally that's amazing.
A couple of winery on the way here.
Yeah, it has passionate folks in it doing things. Like, it's just great. All around here, there's so many amazing things you can do, and it's just growing, so I love seeing that.
I thank you so much for your time. I love your connection with nature and what you want to do as far as your passion with the environment. I'm in line. We need to come together for this to happen, so hopefully we can inspire a few people with this little conversation here. So
Absolutely.
Thanks, Adam.
Cool. Thank you very much
We'll
for
see
your
you
time.
soon.
Yeah.
Welcome to episode 7 of Passionate Folks. This is a blog and video series about the people who live right here in Norfolk. I sit down with them, have a conversation, ask them about their stories, their passions. I'm excited to present the next guest. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. Today I'm here with Dan. Hey, Dan.
Hey there, how are you?
Great.
Excellent.
Might be you stop by for coffee.
Yeah, well, nice of you to have me. I'm really delighted.
So we already had a good chat, but for people that don't know you, can you tell us a little bit more about you, where you live, and what you do?
Yeah. My name's Dan Fewings, and I was a Simcoe boy, an SCS grad growing up. From 0 to 18, I lived in Simcoe. And then I think I lived in Brantford for a year, lived in Dover for a bit, and then followed a gal up north to Peterborough, or Lindsay, and I ended up spending 28 years there teaching high school. Loved every minute of it. A bunch of different experiences. And when I retired in 2014, I thought, my ma's not doing so well down there. It's going to need some attention. And also followed a friend here, and bingo. And now I live just outside of Simcoe, in between Simcoe and Victoria on Highway 24.
Great, I'm so glad you took time to have this little chat. I want to go know more about you today, and I'm going to be asking some questions.
Yeah.
But first, I ask you to pick a spot that means something to you in Norfolk. So maybe start by telling us where we are and why you picked this place.
Well, I love this place not only for the food, although in my new machination I'm more careful what I eat, so I only have one crepe a week. But I love this place because Jim and Penny, the owners, are good friends. They've hired me to play here. They give the artists freedom to be a little zany here. They're good to their staff. They run a good ship, and I love the outside in the summer. It's rocking. They do a great job getting lots of music in. I think they have music all July, August, and September, like a whack of things. And I also, a few neat experiences sort of got born out here. I have a character, I do the song chef, and they were like the first ones to say, oh, you've got to come in and do it. So.
I love what you're talking about. Like, you're involved in so many things into your retirement that you seem to really enjoy the art. Is that the main thing you're passionate about, or?
Well, I like joy spreading, and the most rewarding thing I think I do is my gal Rosie and I, after we had a trip to Newfoundland, and after I did a tour of Newfoundland, we picked up on the kitchen party notion, and so we have a little duet called the Kitchen Party Orchestra, and we go to the seniors' homes and the respite center in Hagersville and Simcoe, and we give them the folks their instruments to play with us, so they're part of it. They're getting some exercise, and like that is joy spreading 101.
So spent a lot of time away from Norfolk, decided to come back to Norfolk in your retirement. So tell me, like, if you don't have a gig, if you're not involved in something, like, what do you do to hang out, to relax? Where do you like to go?
Well, I love the geography, so I always like going down to one of the many shores while they still exist.
Yes, Port Mercy's a little small this year.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. I love, and
Are you a beach guy, or?
not in the summer I'm not, but I am, sort of going to the water for answers kind of a guy. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The Leonard Cohen dimension. And so Long Point was always like hugely special as a kid, I spend a lot of time at the Simcoe Little Theater. That's a great organization, and they're doing fun and they're welcoming, and so I'm going to play coming up that I'm doing, and
You don't seem to have too much downtime. Like, you seem to keep pretty busy.
keeps me out of the housework, that's for sure.
You gotta get older. Out of the orchard.
He's all busy,
Yeah.
making some ass right now, sewing,
Yeah.
And so
Is it hard to get artists to come and play here, or? Are they curious about wanting to see Norfolk and see what this is
and you know
about,
what? Like more people, like house concerts are amazing too. Like and I was never a musician on the road. I did 2 1-month tours with a student, and I had a buddy of mine, Jimmy Boskill, who was a student of mine. He said, "When you retire, we're going on tour." My son is in a band, the May Hemingways, so he traveled lots east. So he booked us from Peterborough to Newfoundland, 24 gigs and 26
all the
nights.
way, or?
Both, but you make,
have your
as a
headphones
musician,
on?
you make way more at a house
Hello?
concert and play more concerty, less with people listening. People love to play, right? So oftentimes people think you need the applause as
Testing.
much as you need the money. Yeah. And
1, 2, 3.
many people are lined up. So it's like, you don't want to do it? That's okay. I've got Tiny Talent Time and his brother here that'll play for you, and so
Hello?
that's why it's so nice to be in a place like this where you know that their entertainment budget is a really significant amount of money. And there are a lot of places in town.
Testing.
211 does it as well. Even the Norfolk has a
Testing.
whack of music, and
Participate.
it's getting bigger around here with all the with the craft beer industry, the wine industry. All those places are looking for some entertainment to get their clients in. So I think it's it's going to be significant. It's just a tricky game.
So music, obviously a big part of your life?
It is a big part of my life. Yeah, I think I started when I was 13. My brother handed me a John Prine album, the very first one with him sitting on the hay bale and a guitar, and showed me the C, F, and G chords. And I never had a lesson after that.
You just learn on your
I
own?
just learned on my own. Guitar has and stringed instruments often have tablature.
Yep.
Especially ones that have frets, so it's a grid really, so they can it's easy on notation to put a number 1 on a 1, you're at the first,
Okay, you know
so
where
it's
you're
an
at.
easier
So,
system.
yeah.
But what happened was I was working in the teachers union. I had been seconded out of teaching for a couple of years. The head of music was leaving to become a minister, and he said, Dan, can you teach kids how to play guitar? And I said, absolutely. And I said, now Larry, I don't read music, right? you don't? And I said, no, but I'll buy tablature. So at any rate, years funny. Made it work. And down the road it was funny because Jimmy Boskill, who is a wizard player, doesn't read music either. He had auditioned for this art school, and I was sitting at me, they weren't going to let him in because he didn't read music. And I said, I should let you folks know, as you know, I don't read music. And I said, if you're not letting this kid into the program, give me 2 weeks notice, because I'm not going to be the guitar teacher that wouldn't take him in. So you got to keep it moving.
Is that one of your favorite instrument? Like?
Yeah, this is, it's a Latin instrument. It comes from like the Andes, so Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Chile. It's usually used in like... But then I found, being sort of a folky dokey player too, it's like a good bluegrass instrument too, and it's like in the day and age of cutbacks, when the bluegrass bands start firing the banjo player and the mandolin player, you get both with one.
You show up with this one, you're good. You're good at drumming gig.
That's right.
Perfect.
And this is a charango, and it is higher up. So I started with one of these. But and then I'm a big fella, so it's and you don't need that strap. It sticks right in your belly button. Like you couldn't peel that off with a groper.
All right, so you do some improv.
I do. So like, give me a title to a song never before written. It can be anything.
Let's go with the Bikini Crepe, I guess.
Bikini Crepe.
We're here, the Crepe House.
Well, it's more appropriate on a day like today to not sing about martini. So let's think while we're in the land of sand about a crepe martini. No pina colada beside you now. No, it's done somehow. Here comes the customer now. He's probably gonna order the crepe bikini. Now the thing about the bikini crepe, it's teeny weeny. It's how they make. I'm not sure if it's a Speedo sauce, but it's nice all the same. Oh, it's teeny weeny, but it's my favorite, that old crepe bikini. Yes, sirree, I think he's making me one now. And it might be true that you can't wait for your bikini crepe, but that's okay. Got time on my hands. Right on.
All right, cheers, Sam.
Cheers.
Thanks for joining me. Have a coffee. That was
Absolutely.
awesome.
Right on.
Love it.
Good. Thank you very much. Great. See you later. Thanks, Drew.
Great, guys.
No, it's not possible. No, I cannot tell you what to say.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November. We began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Ride Norfolk is making it easier to get around Norfolk County. You can now book your ride by downloading the free Blaze Transit app on Google Play or the App Store on your iPhone. To get started, create an account and select Ride Norfolk as the transit operator. Select your location and your departure or arrival time. Make sure to check the schedule beforehand so your trip will be accepted. Trips can be booked 45 minutes to 7 days in advance. Pay for your trip using debit or credit in the Blaze Transit app. You can also book online at ride.blazetransit.com or by contacting Ride Norfolk customer service. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/Ride Norfolk app or call our office at 519-428-3178. Ride Norfolk is going your way.
My name is Jim Toombs. I'm an Associate Purchasing Specialist here at Toyotetsu, also known as TTCA. Here at Toyotetsu, we're responsible for supplying Toyota with car parts, mainly automotive frame for the Lexus, the Corolla, and other Toyota models. I started here in May of 2016. I was in welding. Here I am 2 years later, and I'm a salaried position. The job itself it's challenging. There are challenges in what I have to do every day, and for that I enjoy it. It's not monotonous day in, day out. There's new challenges that I'm confronted with and new tasks that I have to do. A high school student who's like, I'm not sure, I think this is an excellent opportunity to kind of answer that question for themselves. They can see what kind of the working world is like, as well as pick up skills. There are plenty of opportunities here. For example, for me, I was in welding, but that didn't mean I had to stay there. There's opportunities in stamping, where you'd learn different skills entirely. PC, again, the same thing, some different skills needed that you'd learn. Though we make car parts and they're welded, there are a lot of departments and areas that support that.
My name's Darren Pace. I'm a yard manager here at Townsend Lumber. We are a sawmill that produces lumber. We make anywhere from rail ties to timber frame home products, kiln-dried lumber, which is used for wood cabinets and furniture. We also do pallet components, and we also do stakes for farming. We ship container loads to the Middle East, we ship it to Asia. We have gone to Mexico, Singapore. We've shipped to many different locations. My father has worked here for 30 years. He got me a part-time job as a summer student. I started as a regular piler, as a laborer at the entry-level position. And with hard work and dedication, I've been promoted through the system, and it took 9 years to become a supervisor. I enjoy the freedom of the job, like outside working with the heavy industrial stuff, talking to the range of customers and the way we produce things for them.
My name is Cam Kirkwood. I'm a production supervisor at Superior Essex in Simcoe. We make magnet wire and cable for the transformer industries. Our magnet wire products are found all around you that most people don't even notice, in winding motors, in alternators in your vehicles, transformers on the side of the road or on top of poles. I've been here at the company for 15 years. I started on the floor as a machine operator for 7 years, and then I did a stint in engineering for about a year, and then I moved on to production supervisor for the last 7. One of the best parts about working here is it is a build-to-order shop, so although we do make the similar products every day, it's very unique. We don't always see the same orders. There's always new challenges. One of the best parts about being in manufacturing for me is the shift work. So it provides an opportunity for you to adjust to do your own life on your days off, or you can pursue other interests. A lot of people have second businesses or hobbies that they really enjoy. There is lots of opportunity to advance. There's educational assistance programs. You can continue to learn new skills and advance to a new area if you were so desire.
There's a great opportunity moving up the manufacturing sector.
Try it, because you're going to learn a lot about the working world as well as yourself.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series where I'll be highlighting people from Norfolk County who have a passion, who are involved in our community, who are the movers and shakers. So I'm excited to introduce every month somebody new from Norfolk that will bring you their story, their passion, and share it all with us. Come on in. All right, welcome to the first episode of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily, and I love to dig in people's life and getting to know more about them. I'm here with Jess today. Thanks, Jess, for showing up.
Thank you for having me. This
Yes.
is so exciting.
So Jess, for the people that don't know you, introduce yourself. Tell me a little bit more about you and the person that you are.
Sure. Well, my name's Jess, and I grew up in Waterford, more specifically Boston, more specifically Bill's Corners. I'm a passionate Norfolk advocate. I love this area. I love theater. I love music. I love anything arts related. Also a passionate advocate for entrepreneurs in the area.
So I invited you to pick a location in Norfolk that meant something to you. So tell us where we are and why you picked this place.
All right, we are here in Simcoe Little Theater. It's on the corner of Talbot and Yonge in downtown Simcoe. And this place, Simcoe Little Theater, is a very special place to me. I've spent most of my life in these walls, on that stage, behind the stage, in these seats, like everywhere in this space. It's something that theater is something that's like has always been a big part of my life since I was about 8 years old.
You mentioned to me that you also in high school, you were really involved into the drama program and all that, so.
I had walked the halls of my high school and I had seen so many pictures on the wall of different shows they had done throughout the years, but nobody was doing shows anymore. And I was like really bummed about that. So in grade 10, me and my girlfriends, we roped all our moms in. We're like, if we start doing high school shows, like, will you guys help? Will you make costumes? Will you whatever? And they all jumped in.
Involved.
Yeah.
I love that, right? Like that's a small community, like
That's
everybody
it.
coming in together.
And like, that's what it requires, right? Like a show is like a mini village coming together, like making all the pieces happen.
So this community, I think the word, like you keep repeating it, and I think what you're creating in Groundswell is that sub-community within the community, and that really stands out. So would you say this is something that you're really passionate about?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yes, that connection,
Totally.
right? Yeah.
I just think like community is everything. We're not meant to live life alone. I don't think. And I don't mean like you have to necessarily have a romantic partner to live a life, but just have people around you that get you. That you don't have to explain yourself. You know what I mean? You just walk in the room and they're happy to see you. That's it.
That's always such a good feeling. Isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, like you just have those people that believe in you too, right?
Yeah.
And just cheerleaders.
Yeah.
So I see, Jess, you're always involved in this community. Like you're volunteering places. You really want this place to grow and thrive. And so why Norfolk? And what do you love so much about this place?
Oh man, I think yeah, it's a really good question. It's a combination of things. I think the geography that we live in, the nature we have around us, that is a huge benefit of being in Norfolk. But it's also the people here, and that's why I'm so obsessed with community, because we have so many beautiful people who live here with ideas, with talents, with love and vision. And I think that's what excites me. Is like, just because we're a small town doesn't mean we have small ideas or small impact.
I want to bring some of the music piece, because I know we've been talking a lot about the theater and acting, but I know that music is so important to you.
Yes.
And a big part of your life.
Yes.
So tell me a bit more about your maybe influences and what makes you feel alive in music.
Just like theater, I love performing music too. There's something really cool about being on stage like that. Before I came here today, I was like thinking about how alive I feel when I'm on stage. And I think that everyone kind of looks for that thing that makes them feel alive. Yeah. So for me, it's that.
Awesome. So I thank you so much, Jess, for taking the time to meet with me. There's going to be more feature of passionate, uplifting community people through this little video series. So keep watching. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Oh my God. This is so much fun.
Awesome.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/OurFutureNorfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Ride Norfolk is making it easier to get around Norfolk County. You can now book your ride by downloading the free Blaze Transit app on Google Play or the App Store on your iPhone. To get started, create an account and select Ride Norfolk as the transit operator. Select your location and your departure or arrival time. Make sure to check the schedule beforehand so your trip will be accepted. Trips can be booked 45 minutes to 7 days in advance. Pay for your trip using debit or credit in the Blaze Transit app. You can also book online at ride.blazetransit.com or by contacting Ride Norfolk customer service. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/Ride Norfolk app or call our office at 519-428-3178. Ride Norfolk is going your way.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people that live in Norfolk. People that are passionate, people that are involved in their community, people that bring a lot of positivity. This is about story and conversation. Join us for the second guest. Welcome to episode 2 of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions, learn about people, get some connections. I'm here with Carrie today.
Thank you for having me.
I've been chatting with you and I got to know you a little bit more, but for folks that don't know you, maybe introduce yourself.
My name is Carrie Bokenholt. I live here in Waterford. I've lived here for over 15 years. I'm married. I got 2 kids, and I just love the community.
Mm-hmm. From our conversation today, there's a lot of the community word showed up quite a few times. So
I'm a believer of, when I moved into Waterford, I thought, wow, you know what? If we get involved, then you learn so much more, and you meet so many different people. I mean, people that I know if I wouldn't have met otherwise.
Yes. So I asked you to pick a location, Carrie, and so tell us where we are and why you picked it.
I picked the Waterford Heritage Agriculture Museum, WHAM, because in a couple summers we will be building our skateboard park here. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of a let's do it. Not that I wore the shirt or anything, but yes, this will be our future location on the other side.
Talking about passion and passionate people, what do you think your passion is?
My passion is youth. I love kids. You know what? There's no such thing as a bad kid. Kids make bad decisions. And as the old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And I truly believe that, we give kids, that opportunity and show them that we support them and that, that we're there for them and they'll make the right decisions.
Mm-hmm. I made a stop at her business. She has a business downtown Waterford, and I was seeing that your family works there, your friends, your best friend is...
My best friend is with me. Both best friends, yes.
So this tight-knit community feel is really important.
When I was given my dream and somebody said to me, here, I'll help you, create your dream. And I thought, okay, karma. So this is somebody saying to me, it's my opportunity to use this to give back. If I have a restaurant, nobody should be hungry. I want kids to feel like they can come in and say, I need something or I need a drink or, whatever. I've been doing this for 30 years and the kids that I trained 30 years ago still come back to find me. And they come back and they tell me what they've been doing. And I guess the biggest thing is people don't realize sometimes the simplest thing can change a kid's life.
It is a ripple effect, don't you think?
It is, you know what? And I mean, so I get to see their, I feel old when I start seeing them coming with their kids. And I start seeing, that they've gone through and they're going to university or they're doing this or they've done this or done that. And that makes me feel like, I had a piece of that. Just by being involved in their life, maybe I made a little bit of a difference.
So you're an entrepreneur, you're super involved in the community, you're a mom, you have a lot on the go. So if I ask you, what do you do to de-stress and let go?
I like to go to the gym. I like to, boot camp, yoga. I try to take, a few hours a week for me.
Yes.
And it's just about me, and I honestly think anybody who's really busy, I think needs to learn. It took me 48 years to figure it out. But
Never too late.
never too late. As I said, I can go to the gym and I can be having the world's hardest day, and I always say I leave it on the mat.
Love.
So when I walk out of there, I feel like a completely, totally different person. Leave it on the mat.
So other than that, when you're in Norfolk, like what else do you love to do? What's your favorite spot or place that you like to visit or something you love to do?
Love to go on the trails. I love going fishing on the ponds. Waterford, we have so many little places to go and see and do and
What's
stuff.
happening in this community?
You know what, there is. And I mean, the thing is we don't really, I laugh because there's so many of us who don't see what's here. They're right here. Whistling Gardens, Bonnie Heath. We have all the wineries and stuff. The museum. Like, there's so many places to go. You can have a staycation without leaving Norfolk.
Yes. So thank you so much, Carrie, for joining me today and being part of this blog and video series. I invite you to check it on. Every month there will be somebody new, a new story, a new connection. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. It's about people that have high energy, that get involved in their community. We sit down, have a conversation, learn about their passions. Welcome to the next episode. Hello, I'm Emily. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I love to ask questions and discover people's passion and having great conversations. So today I'm here with Nick. Hi, Nick.
Hi.
Might be you here, might be you invited me to a great place. I got to know you a little bit more today, but I'd love you to tell us a little bit more about you.
Sure. So I'm Nick Pranks. I was raised in Langton, and I live in St. Williams now.
So Norfolk County boy.
Yeah, Norfolk County boy. Yeah. If we're gonna put a location on it, and if you're asking someone where you're from, this area, you always say Norfolk County.
No.
Unless you're from Port Dover.
Did you say Port Dover?
Then you say Port Dover for some reason.
I invited you to pick a place. So tell us where we are and why you decided to invite me here.
So we're at where I work, Blue Bear Hill Estates, which my family owns as well too. This is where I spend probably my entire day every day of the year. So we're located on the patio here, and we basically are overlooking the patch. And you probably cannot see from the camera because it's on the other side of the camera, but the lake is just on the other side.
I love to hear about people's passion, and I know you have a lot of projects going on, and I want to dig further into your passions. So what do you think really stands out for you? What are you really passionate about?
So day in, day out, I'm typically making wine or working the field, so that's something I'm really passionate about. I'm also the president of the Ontario South Coast Wineries and Growers Association, which encompasses Norfolk along with other neighboring counties. And so I'm really passionate about trying to raise awareness of this area for growing grapes and making world-class wines.
And so winemaking, like what draws you to it? Why are you making your whole life right now? And why winemaking in Norfolk County?
Well, I guess you could say it's one of the best agricultural products you can make.
I agree.
It's something that you can preserve, and like even after the crop is finished, you still have to work with the crop that you were working out in the field all year round. And when you put it in a glass of wine, you have memories of how that year was when that wine was made.
So it sounds like you spend a lot of time on this farm, a lot of time on this like part of Norfolk County, but if you have time to de-stress, where would you go? What do you do in Norfolk?
I definitely like going to the beach. So, getting out in the water when it's a hot day is truly nice.
Not too far from Turkey Point, I guess. You can roll down the hill.
Yeah, we got excellent restaurants here too, so which is pretty amazing for the per capita, the amount of people that live in Norfolk County, that we have enough restaurants, you count them more than your 2 hands or whatever, which is
Really
nice.
good ones too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's so exciting to see how our agro-tourism industry is developing in our area, and it's kind of cool to see you guys like working together and really promoting this area.
Well, when you think about farming from what it was in the past, it has to evolve over time, though, to make it an industry that can support itself. It allows people to be able to figure out ways to succeed or have succession in their family, to go to that next generation, so that way we can have countless more generations of those families living in Norfolk County, growing the things that their grandparents grew.
And keeping the passion alive.
Exactly, yeah.
I thank you so much for your time, Nick. I thank you for inviting me in this beautiful place. I cannot wait to explore some more. And
It's too bad it's not pizza day.
I know, I heard that was really good. I'll come back. I'll be back. Thanks, Nick.
No worries. Cheers.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/OurFutureNorfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Ride Norfolk is making it easier to get around Norfolk County. You can now book your ride by downloading the free Blaze Transit app on Google Play or the App Store on your iPhone. To get started, create an account and select Ride Norfolk as the transit operator. Select your location and your departure or arrival time. Make sure to check the schedule beforehand so your trip will be accepted. Trips can be booked 45 minutes to 7 days in advance. Pay for your trip using debit or credit in the Blaze Transit app. You can also book online at ride.blazetransit.com or by contacting Ride Norfolk customer service. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/Ride Norfolk app or call our office at 519-428-3178. Ride Norfolk is going your way.
What if there was a place just outside the hustle and bustle, where the beauty of nature was right at your doorstep, inviting you to join in the fun?
Good job, guys. Got it.
What if there was a place where the landscapes were as diverse as the bounty they produced? And the term field fresh was more than just a marketing ploy. It was a way of life. What if there was a place where history and heritage shared the stage with technology and innovation? And success happened without much fanfare, on back roads, nurtured by wise and hardworking people. What if there was a place as lush as an ancient garden that was, for centuries, a place to explore, live, and play. A place of promises and hope. A landscape filled with possibility. And what if this wasn't just a place to escape to, but a place you could settle into? What would you call such a place? Well, we call it Norfolk County.
Welcome to episode 6 of Passionate Folks. This is a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. We sit down, have a conversation, hear about their passion and what lights them up. I'm excited to introduce the next guest. Welcome to Passionate Folks. My name is Emily. I love to connect with people, having some conversation and learning about people's passion. Today I'm sitting here with Sue. Hey Sue.
Yeah, you bet.
I'm so glad that you took the time to come out and have a conversation with me.
Well, thanks for asking me.
Yeah, so for people that don't know you, can you start with introducing yourself, where you live, where you're from, and a little bit more about you?
Okay, sure. My name is Sue Downs. I live in Simcoe, born and raised here. And I work for the Simcoe Reformer newspaper and started there way back in 1988. Loved my job, loved Norfolk County, and was really pleased that Emily asked me to be part of this. I think.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Yeah, so far, so good.
Great. So as always, Sue, I ask a guest to pick a location so we can explore it and discover a hidden gem in Norfolk County. And this one is a little bit different. So tell me where we are and why you brought me here.
So we're at Norfolk County Fair. We're at the bottom of the Junior Farmers Building here.
So why do you pick the fair? What's so special about the fair to you?
I think for myself, Norfolk County Fair is like one of the largest events that happen in Norfolk County every year. It's always been near and dear to my heart. Like I think so many childhood memories. It's all about tradition. For us growing up, at my age, I've only missed one fair in all of my years, and that was when I was in Timmins. So I just love the fact that you can come to the fair. There's so much excitement. There's always lots of things to see and do. Like family would come home during Thanksgiving weekend, and I think that still happens today, right? Like it's all about tradition and all about community, which I feel like I'm pretty passionate about.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask you a little bit more about your passion. I see you a lot being involved in the community and supporting local businesses, and it seems like it's really important to you and close to your heart.
I like to promote local as much as possible. So whenever we go out for dinner, a lot of people go, do you ever stay home? Because you'll constantly see posts on social media, on Facebook or on Twitter, and it's like, we're at the Barrel, we're doing this, we're at Long Point Eco Adventure, we're,
It's so good that you're taking the time to promote those local businesses and support. And I remember when I started my business, you were one of the big supporter of sharing what I was doing, and I know a lot of people have felt the love that you give to entrepreneurs, so I want to thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome, but it does make you feel good, and it is important. I feel that, if we can, support each other as much as possible, like it's again, it's all about giving back.
So Norfolk County and specifically Simcoe has changed quite a lot. We are moving in a different direction in our county. So from you like growing up in Simcoe and in the downtown and what's happening around now, like What's the highlights for you?
Okay, well, the highlight growing up was always, going downtown on the weekend. People that are watching this that are my age would remember you used to be able to go to the Tartan restaurant and Woolworths and different places down there. But I think a lot of the exciting thing that I see now is a lot of the collaborations that are happening within Norfolk County. And one that stands out is, Burning Kiln and then Lone Point Eco. And then along came, my buddy Dusty and the guys from Hometown Brew. And then now Joy Cafe out there. So it's really cool to see a lot of the business people working with each other and stuff like that too. So that sort of stuff.
You don't have to go too far. You show up there and everything that you love is right there.
It's like a lot of renewed, it just seems like a lot of positive things are happening within our community, and it's really good to see.
So I know you have a pretty high-stress job, so maybe tell me a little bit more about what you do to relax, calm down, and look after yourself.
Okay, well, I do like to garden. I find that, if you're kind of stressful in a stressful day, you get out there and take it out on all the weeds in your garden. I also like to, walk along the trail from Davis Street and then head out along the 14th or whatever. And you can, it's heading right towards Waterford, so you can actually walk from there right into Waterford. I've got a dog that keeps me pretty busy, and then a group of really good friends that we are going out with each other all the time and stuff like that.
I know you have a lot of favorite spots in Norfolk, so we already named a few, but if you have a day off and you want to explore Norfolk County, is there one specific place that you actually love to visit that you feel just at home?
I would say for myself, it depends on the day. So if it's just something that I want to go and do a walk or whatever, it would be my trail on the 14th, because it is kind of private. There's not, do run into a lot of the same people and stuff like that. I also like going down to Dover, and I'll sit at the cafe and kind of look around there.
You can watch a little bit?
Yeah, that sort of stuff, and then even take off and go to the pier. Actually, my mom has a bench there for my grandfather, who was a fisherman down in Port Dover as well too. So it's kind of nice.
Memorial benches.
Yeah.
Cool. It sounds like pretty much everything you need is right here.
Why should I go out of town? Why do I need to go out of town? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here that right in Norfolk that we need to use. Yeah.
I love to hear your passion for Norfolk and how well you support the local businesses, and just I see you at fundraiser and you're always involved in your group of friends and supporting whatever is happening in the county. So we need more of you, Sue, in Norfolk. So thank you so much for joining me today and having this little chat. I love to get to know you better and hear more about your passions.
Well, thanks very much for allowing me the opportunity. It was great. Thank you.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/OurFutureNorfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Ride Norfolk is making it easier to get around Norfolk County. You can now book your ride by downloading the free Blaze Transit app on Google Play or the App Store on your iPhone. To get started, create an account and select Ride Norfolk as the transit operator. Select your location and your
Go. Thank you, everybody, for waiting. We're back. I'd like to get a motion to reconvene in open session at approximately 2:03 p.m. Moved by Mayor Martin and seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to turn to the clerk now for the following matter.
Chair, in closed session, council addressed one item, report litigation update, and provided direction to staff and external legal.
On that one, that's great. Thank you very much. Moving on then, we have actually 5 consent items today. 4.1 and 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5. Is there anyone, any committee member that would like to pull any other than 4.5, which is being moved? If not, I'll call the vote. May I have a motion to approve the consent items 4.1 to 4.5? May I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Very. For the questions, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Where are we going to move? Or 4.6? Okay. Let us look. Point 6. This is the Liam drain. I'd like a motion to be able to move that by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor. Any further discussion on that? If not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Going down now to deputations. Quick, Mike, welcome back. We have 2 deputations today. Committee may accept the deputation for information after each speaker. Committee may also direct staff by resolution to bring back a report on any matter for further discussion. Right now, we have a deputation. Do I have an Amber Wardell? Hey, Amber. You're with the Haldeman Norfolk Women's Services, and you're going to give us some information on gender-based violence. I wish we weren't discussing, but we do. We must. So welcome, Amber. You have approximately 5 minutes for this deputation, and I'll let you know when you have approximately 1 minute remaining. Okay? Thank you. Are you comfortable there?
Good afternoon, Mayor Amy Martin and Norfolk County Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear from the Haldeman and Norfolk Justice for Women Review team today. Our team has been working to increase abuse awareness and improve systems and supports for survivors of gender-based violence in our community for nearly 30 years. I speak to you today as both the staff of Haldeman and Norfolk Women's Services, coordinator of the Haldeman Norfolk Justice for Women Review team, which includes a really wide range of different community partners, and also as a resident of Norfolk County. As noted within our letter, our committee is extremely concerned about the rising rates of gender-based violence and femicide. Femicide is the gender-based killing of a woman, child, trans woman, two-spirited person, or gender non-conforming individual where a man has been charged in relation to the death. Since our letter was sent on October 3rd, the number of confirmed femicides in Ontario since last November has now grown to 46. Women and children are losing their lives to gender-based violence every week in our province. That's 46 deaths in only 44 weeks. Gender-based violence includes physical abuse, coercive control, psychological abuse, sexual violence, verbal abuse, and economic exploitation. The most recent femicide victim in Norfolk was Marlene Wilson, age 91, this past February, with 2 other deaths in Simcoe and Dunnville categorized as unconfirmed femicides by the Ontario Association of Interval and Transition Houses in 2021 and 2022. Although often associated with only past or current intimate partners, many femicides are perpetrated within other types of relationships, such as family members or others known to them. The language within our proposed motion reflects the scope of these relationship types. Gender-based violence has been identified as a preventable, widespread issue with devastating health impacts, including loss of life, loss of cognitive and physical abilities, and symptoms associated with post-traumatic stress disorder, such as headaches, memory loss, depression, and high rates of substance use, to name just a few. High rates of violence impact not only individuals, but families and entire communities, contributing not only to less safety, but homelessness, backlogged, overloaded systems, chronic health conditions, and food insecurity. Gender-based violence is not only occurring behind closed doors, within relationships in a domestic setting, it is happening in workplaces, community spaces, online spaces, within schools, and on the streets of our county. Last year, in a rural community similar to our own, they spent weeks examining the circumstances which led to the triple homicide of Carol Culleton, Anastasia Cusack, and Natalie Vormerdam in 2015. Following presentations from dozens of expert witnesses, the jury made 86 recommendations to help prevent future tragedies. These include a number of recommendations which are relevant to the work of municipalities and can help to provide scaffolding for the work between community stakeholders like our team towards sustainable violence prevention. Recommendation 1 calls for communities to declare IPV, intimate partner violence, or gender-based violence an epidemic, while recommendation 10 calls for inclusion of gender-based violence within community safety and well-being plans. This recommendation also aligns with the recent recommendations from the inquest into the death of Helen Ryan in Cobourg, Ontario, released just over a week ago, which again calls for this violence to be acknowledged as an epidemic. I will refer to your letter. I won't share all of the stats that are noted there, but we have noted within the letter the doubling of the amount of survivors who were unable to be provided safe shelter at Women's Services since the beginning of the pandemic. Just last week, unprompted by our team, Norfolk Police shared with the media that they're concerned about increases in domestic violence locally. Norfolk Police report they investigated 506 domestic violence incidents in 2022 and 424 incidents since January. When compared with available data on previous annual numbers, that is really a significant increase. It shows about double the typical amount of domestic violence calls that our county receives. With our data that the police report to us, we can see about 252 domestic violence calls in 2020 and 268 in 2019. These numbers do not include sexual violence within our community, which we know is widely unreported. Considering all of these elements, we are requesting not only the declaration of an epidemic, but the other actions outlined within your letter, including committing to a meaningful integration of gender-based violence into the community safety and well-being plan. Currently, there's no mention of abuse, violence, or gender-based violence. Another action that we request that is very notable is training for all Norfolk County staff, which the team at Halton Norfolk Women's Services is happy to provide. We ask that you join now 57 other communities across Ontario, including Halton County, in committing to these actions and declaring gender-based violence an epidemic in Norfolk County.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to the floor. Thank you for your presentation. It was very insightful. Fortunately, that something we have to deal with, and it's just so unfortunate. Yes, Councillor Huffman. I'm sorry. I
thought I was going to have to introduce myself.
Yes, that's
Amber, thank you very much for your deputation. We have received over the last number of months in our communication packages as a council letters from other municipalities who have declared gender-based violence an epidemic. And it was definitely on my, I've been sidetracked with a few other things, but it was definitely on my list to do. So I fully support it. As the chair of the Police Services Board, I did bring up to them at our last meeting the intimate partner violence. It was like every day there were reports that there were more intimate partner violence incidences. So I'm glad that you referenced that, and those numbers are staggering. And certainly our detachment inspector, Andy Tate, mentioned that we're still in a very volatile situation within our community and our society as part of our recovery from going through the pandemic and the fallout that we're still experiencing. So thank you very much for all the work that you do, and thank you very much for bringing this forward. I appreciate it.
Others who would like to have any questions? If not, first of all, we'll receive it as information and then moving it forward for wherever you want to. Is there a possibility that we could go ahead?
Well, I would like to receive it as information, and then I would like to have Norfolk County submit a letter to the province on behalf of our community that we see that intimate partner violence, gender-based violence is indeed an epidemic within our community and our province.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. We'll make that a motion. Can I get a seconder for that, please? Seconded by Councillor Very. Question, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Isn't our policy that we don't make motions from deputations? We ask for a staff report. We should just be receiving the information and separate motion that we ask for a staff report on the issue.
I think this one's a little bit different, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Van Rishi. I feel that we certainly just got all the information that we would require from the experts. I don't see where we would benefit from our staff, then going back and redoing and revisiting all the information that we just received from the experts in terms of Haldeman Norfolk Women's Services. So I would like to go with the motion.
Councillor Berry, you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I just want to add to what Councillor Huffman said. There's nothing that staff is going to report to us that will convince me to not send our letter to the province in this regard. So I think we can save some time and some expense and do the letter if council agrees. I can't imagine an argument against it.
Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If that's the case, then I will surprise people and argue against it.
I'm just gonna, if you don't mind here, I'm going to go over to the clerk.
Through you, Chair. There is a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Huffman and seconded by Councillor Berry to receive the deputation as information and to submit a letter supporting that this issue is an epidemic. So the another option as a follow-up to that is to include this draft motion as a motion on our council meeting next week agenda. And when it's voted on, it could be included in that letter to the province as we support it. And here's the motion council passed at their council meeting, declaring it an epidemic, if council wishes to go forward with that.
Al?
Through you, Madam Chair. Just looking at it, it appears that the motion, the draft motion that's here and the declaration, it talks about providing training to all Norfolk County employees. Not sure what that involves. It would probably be wise if this gets referred back to staff. It won't be a lot of work. It's just I don't want this committee committing us to something that we then can't deliver on. Let's look at it. Let's have staff look at it, what it actually means. And then let's come back next week to say how we're going to deliver on what we're saying we're going to do versus just jumping into it.
I think the motion in and of itself is just saying the letter of support rather than fully initiating all of that. So I'll go back to the floor, and Councillor Huffman, you wish to speak again.
Yes, I am. I apologize to the community on behalf of this issue right now, that we have council members who choose to take a stance where they have no leg to stand on. We have an epidemic within our province, within our community. It is our due diligence as leaders in the community to provide the support for those individuals. So the fact that we have a motion on the floor, we've had it seconded, it's not in regards to staff training. It's all it is simply making a stand and sending a letter to the province, as most of the municipalities of the 444, we've received a lot of them in our communication packages. So it's strictly that motion. If for some reason we can't get past this today, then we'll have to go through what the clerk had mentioned and bring it back to our council meeting next week. But as long as we get it passed somehow, some way. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Berry.
Thank you again through the chair. Again, I'm happy to support Councillor Huffman's motion. I don't know that we need the obfuscation of adding all these other things and commenting on it. Councillor Huffman's motion didn't say anything about the motion here. It didn't say anything about any details at all. We just wanted to receive it and have a letter. And I don't know why we need to confuse any of that in the motion with extra commentary. I think the motion is what it is. And if we want to have amendments to it, fine. But there's no, I don't think we need, frankly, like, no offense to staff, but we don't need the extra details and the confusion on the motion. It is what it is.
Next, I have Mayor Martin.
I agree. I'll be supporting the motion on the floor today. Toronto, Hamilton, Richmond Hill, Burlington, Haldeman, Prescott Russell, Kitchener, Aurora, Durham, Renfrew, Ottawa, and Windsor all passed some level of recommendation and motion suggesting that and validating that gender-based violence is on the rise, whether it's an epidemic or not here, whether some believe that we can get additional information from staff or not here. We've heard from the chair of our police service board that the calls are on the rise. I heard it on the radio myself this week. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel, and we don't always have to be a pain in the rear here. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you for your presentation today, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you very much. And at the end, I'm just going to have the motion reread, so it's very simple and very clear. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Chair. The motion moved by Councillor Huffman and seconded by Councillor Berry is to receive the deputation as information and that staff be directed to submit a letter to the province supporting this deputation, declaring that gender-based violence is an epidemic.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a mover and a seconder. I'm going to any further debate. If not, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, moving on. I'm on. Okay, moving on. We have a second deputation, and that is Christina Zardo. Christina, you're online. There you are. Okay, welcome, Christina. I'll let you know you also have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I'll wave to you or whatever I can try to do there to indicate the last minute of your deputation. So with that, welcome, Christina, if you'd like to take the floor. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, members of staff. Appreciate you hosting me virtually today. My name is Christina Zardo. I'm the Director of Municipal Solutions at Food Cycle Science, and I'm here to discuss a food waste recycling opportunity for Norfolk County. So our company, Food Cycle Science, is a Canadian company. We're based out of Ottawa, and we're 100% focused on providing food waste diversion solutions. We do this using our innovative technology called the Food Cycler. It's an in-home food recycler available through partners like Vitamix, to classrooms through not-for-profit organizations, businesses, and to municipalities through our Municipal Solutions division. Our municipal solutions help communities keep food waste out of landfills through government-led programs. We've partnered with over 100 Canadian municipalities from coast to coast to coast, particularly in communities where landfill space is an issue or where curbside organics is too expensive. Now, the problem with food waste is that half of the food waste ending up in our landfills is generated at the household level. This quickly fills up our landfills and generates harmful greenhouse gases. For municipalities, waste management and landfill costs are soaring. For the environment, landfills generate methane gas, a potent greenhouse gas. And for communities, food waste is icky. It's unpleasant to deal with and can attract unwanted critters. Now, all of this waste volume can easily come out of the garbage. And we often get asked, haven't we solved this already? The options out there include curbside organics or backyard composting, but the challenges here include participation levels, contamination, cost, and inconvenience. So at Food Cycler, we've proposed a different way of dealing with our food waste that really focuses on making it very easy to deal with and right in the home. You put your food waste into a machine, and that can include almost everything: meat, fish, dairy, bones and pits, coffee grinds, you name it, and you push a button. Using a combination of heat, air, and agitation, your food waste is transformed into a fertilizer in less than 8 hours. It can be used anywhere with a plug, uses little electricity, and generates no odors or methane. The byproduct created during the process is completely dry and inert and has many beneficial uses. It can be used to fertilize our soils or accelerate existing composting systems. The way we work with municipalities to deploy this technology typically starts with the pilot program. We collect feedback and data from residents, and here are some highlights. A 98% participation rate, a significant amount of net new diversion, and prevention of waste in the first place through increased awareness. Our company is a finalist in the Food Waste Reduction Challenge, which is a 3-part initiative from the Government of Canada aimed at reducing our country's food waste through innovative and impactful methods. As a finalist, we were awarded $400,000 and tasked with finding more Canadian municipalities as implementation partners. We're using this funding to invest directly into pilot projects at a heavily subsidized price, which I'll outline momentarily. The pilot program is typically a 12-week project. It starts with residents purchasing a food cycler at a subsidized rate through the municipality. They'll use the unit and track the number of cycles that they run. At the end, they get to keep the food cycler, of course, and we ask them to complete an exit survey so that we can evaluate the program's success. The results are presented back to you in a final report or feasibility study, if you will. The pilots work based on a subsidy model. So Food Cycle Science provides an initial discount and adds in the federal funding to reduce the price by 50%. We then ask the municipality to provide $100 per household as a subsidy, and participating residents choose the model that works best for them and contribute the remaining amount. And remember, at the end of the pilot program, it is theirs to keep and continue using. So we would welcome Norfolk County as a partner in this food waste challenge. We think your community is a great fit for the benefits of the program. And today we kindly ask you receive this presentation as information, or if interested in partnering, to refer to staff for a report and recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you're just under the wire there. Great presentation. Okay, I'll open it up to the floor. Madam Mayor first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Christina. Christina, thanks for coming today. I actually have heard of Food Cycler through a community member that was a participant in the municipality of Brant, and reached out to me because they were advocating for the green bin service here in Norfolk that we're not yet prepared to roll out, and then ran into your team at AMO. So I think this is really, really interesting, and the work you're doing is really unique. I wondered if you had any information just off the hop that you could share with us with regards to pilot project sizes or information. Certainly, I know your team is aware of Norfolk County, but given a community with our size and our unique urban centers, and there's obviously a better fit for a pilot project in some aspects of our community than there will be in others. So is there a typical pilot project size that you suggest? And have you seen other arrangements in other municipalities where the municipal subsidy changes?
Thank you for your questions. For a pilot size, we recommend 1 to 2% of households or 3 to 5% of population, which is typically the same number, just so that it's a representative sample that can, of course, be adjusted based on your needs or budget. A minimum pilot size would be 50 households, but for community of your size, we'd probably look at doing something larger just to get a correct sample size. And then with regards to the second part of the question, which I'm trying to remember off the top of my head here.
The municipal subsidy rate.
Subsidy.
Why have you picked the dollar value you've picked?
It's a model that has been successful in all of the other 100 communities that we've worked with. We found that when residents and the municipality are both invested, then everybody's got some skin in the game, and we've been able to be oversubscribed for most of our programs. We have had municipalities that have provided a larger subsidy to make it more affordable to residents. So that's certainly an option. But through the Food Waste Reduction Challenge, it's intended to be a partnership-based approach. And so the minimum municipal subsidy is $100 per household.
And of the waste that's diverted, are you comfortable making a statement on the amount per average household? What municipalities could anticipate to have diverted from the landfill?
Yeah, so over thousands of participating households, the average diversion is about 300 kilograms per household per year, or between 2 and 3 metric ton over the lifespan of the unit, which is 7 to 8 years, 7 to 10 years.
Wow. Okay. And then my last question would be, so I'm aware that Brant County has participated. Are you able to share other municipal partners that would be in relatively close proximity, or we would recognize that you've partnered with?
I think the next closest to you to the west would be St. Clair Township. Moving further up north would be Bruce County. And then many in the kind of Ontario Cottage Country region, starting in, Georgian Bay all the way across to Haliburton, Peterborough County.
Okay, and sorry, one more question, Madam Chair, through you to the deputation. I'm aware that when individuals collect organic matter that they have yet, that has not been composted yet, there isn't no policy or legislation, last I heard, created in Ontario that allows, say, a condo corporation to pool their compost in one bin together. As soon as you start to add shared homes compost into a bin, it's my understanding that that is then regulated to the same standard that a compost facility would be regulated by. It needs to have odor and setback mitigating factors and so on contributed to it. That was okay. So if this product, you're finished with your end result product and it's a dry processed compost, are there any regulations around what people do with that finished product?
Most people use it right at home to fertilize their garden soil, a little bit in potted plants. Outside of that, because it's dry and inert, it actually falls into the same category as leaf and yard waste. So it has a little bit fewer regulations than wet putrescible food waste. So it is easier to manage from a systems standpoint.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm moving on to Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Thank you very much for the deputation. It was very interesting. My question is, I can't get a gauge. How big is this unit? I'm just trying to figure out, I'm thinking of my house and like where I would put it.
Great question. It's about 1 cubic foot in size, similar to perhaps a bread maker, if you're familiar with that. And the best place to keep it is anywhere with a plug. It doesn't need to clog up your countertop space. I keep mine in my basement. Other people have it in their garage or a shed or anywhere else in the house where it's convenient. The bucket is removable, so that can live in the kitchen as your kitchen catcher.
Okay, thank you very much. That's smaller than I anticipated. I thought you were going to say the size of a bar fridge or something. So it's actually quite manageable in the average kitchen then, or in the household. Okay, thank you.
Next, I have Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Through you to the deputation. When you mentioned Brant County, is it just a specific area like, an urban area, or is it the entire Brant County?
It was made available to the entire region as the municipal subsidy because it is provided as a government-led program. It was available to anybody who pays taxes in the county.
But you don't know what participation rate there was, or there is?
We're still in survey completion phase, so I don't have that data available to me at this time, but could share it with you once it's completed.
I guess kitchen waste, yard waste, all that to me is very important to get out of the waste stream. And I know apparently some background in it, it's more than what the blue box would ever handle from what I've been told. But my point in a rural area, and I guess I'm an example, we compost all the time. I don't, my wife does. How's that sounding? Anyways, but most rural people, I would think, on farms and that, they compost now all kinds of things. So I'm just wondering how well it would go over in the rural areas based more so on the urban areas. I guess your tests will maybe iron that out or find out, I guess, over time. Is that, like you mentioned one up north, again, probably more of a rural area. And I just see some lack of participation, I guess, if I could use that word. Safe to say?
Yeah. Yeah, if I may comment, the bulk of our municipal programs across Canada are in small, rural, remote, northern Indigenous, or just counties that have a large geography. So, trucking and transportation is ineffective, and they've been quite popular there. I feel like for many rural areas, there might be a wildlife factor that comes into play that would prevent people from keeping their food waste, outside in a composter. However, I think our technology is best suited to those who are not doing anything. I think there's a large segment of our population who, feel like backyard composting might be inconvenient, too much work, they lack the know-how, and we can achieve net new diversion by, targeting those people who are really just putting their food waste into the garbage and ultimately the landfill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Columbus.
Councillor Huffin asked my one question, but my other question was, can this unit be put outside, say on a person's deck?
It really should be kept away from the elements and in above freezing temperatures. It is an electric appliance, so shouldn't be kept outdoors.
Okay, great. I just have one further question. I was remiss. I didn't read it all, but how long does it take to put the material in and then till it makes the stuff?
It takes between 4 and 8 hours, best to run overnight.
Okay, so that's an everyday thing. That was my question. Like here I am, prepping food and everything, and I chuck it in the machine. And I did see it at AMO. It was quite interesting. I really liked it. But I can do it every day. I can dump it and then add it. And so that's an excellent idea. Okay, no further discussion with that. I'd like to get a motion that we receive it as information. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Michele. No further discussion. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation as well.
Thank you for having me.
Mayor Martin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wondered if I could pose a question through you to Marissa, who I see is here.
Yeah.
Marissa, in general, on a very high level, if Norfolk County was to opt into a program like this, it appears that there's a $100 municipal subsidy per piece of equipment. With the anticipated 300 kilograms per household reduction in matter, even if it was, let's lowball it and say 200, would that prove to be a worthy return on investment for Norfolk County?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin. So I did a little bit of math in anticipation of a potential question like that. So if we had sold 250 units, which was kind of the number that Food Cycler had targeted for our population, with a generation rate of 200 kilos per year, based on our current rates for collection and haulage and disposal, we were looking at approximately $9,300 in savings. If you increase the diversion to 250 kilograms per household, you were looking at approximately $11,600 per year in savings.
Above and beyond that already takes into account the municipal subsidy that we pay.
That wasn't including the municipal subsidy. So that was just looking at removing that material from the waste stream and going through the food cycler.
Okay.
So that didn't take into account the.
But that's a per home figure that you just.
So that was per year. So
year.
if we had 250 homes participating, depending on how much we were diverting. So if we had 250 households participating and they were removing 200 kilograms per household per year, it would save us approximately $9,300 per year. And then if you looked at 250 kilograms per household, with that 250 households participating, you were looking at $11,600 per year.
Okay. Unless anyone else has questions for staff, I'd like to move a motion to have staff investigate this and do some work on it and bring a report back to council. I'd be really interested to see what the return on investment could be for our municipality based on a few different pilot sizes. And I guess providing also some comments on whatever information we have that's not getting ahead of an additional report on green bins and rolling out that type of program. Is it worth it for us? Are we close to it? Is it too expensive for Norfolk to initiate? So this is a viable option. So any types of comments that you could prepare to bring back to council with regards to a green bin program versus options like the Food Cycler or other partnerships that are similar to Food Cycler.
Before I ask for that motion, I'm going to ask a question. When you did a little bit of your math there, did you take into account if, for instance, I'm overloaded with my product at the end, my byproduct, and I have to put it in the recycle anyway because I have to put it in the leaf? You'll take that into consideration as well, because obviously we're not diverting it all. Some people will not be able, you can only feed a houseplant so much. So anyway, I'd like to get a motion on the floor then. Mayor Martin, would you like to make that a motion to send it back to staff for some investigation? Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Columbus? And with no further ado, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I did not even say a word of that on the microphone. So anyway, I'll start again. Sarah Page, General Manager of Health and Social Services, will you introduce this report? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, this is HSS 23-047. And so today you have before you, as the Consolidated Municipal Service Manager, we're requesting consent of the sale of a couple of our properties that we currently own, that the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation owns at 643 Gibraltar Street in Delhi and 72 and 74 Oakwood Avenue in Simcoe, which is a duplex. This is part of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation Regeneration Master Plan that was presented to you in 2021. And all the funds that are received from this sale will become part of the HNHC reserve for repairs of current properties of existing projects that are going on and potential new projects in the future. In addition, staff will report this back to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing as set out in the Housing Services Act. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions? Oh, yes, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that information, Sarah. I guess my question is, I'm confused. I just want to make sure I've got my information correct. On Oakwood, is it a duplex or semi-detached? I thought it was semi-detached.
Through the chair to council, it is a semi-detached home. I believe I can. Not sure the clarity on that, but yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will these properties be listed with local real estate persons?
Through the chair to council, that would be done by the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, and I'm assuming that they would use local vendors.
Sure, they'll be happy to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Martin next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Sarah. How many additional homes are part of the regeneration strategy to be sold? And what is the plan so that I can articulate it to the public as to why we're going with 2, 3, as opposed to all of them now, or maybe Heidi, or whoever you want to pass it off to. What is our logic and what's our rationale and what is the plan with isolating a couple of these units and moving for sale now?
Respectfully, through the chair, I am going to pass this off to Heidi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mayor Martin. I am just looking up. I don't have the exact number off on the tip of my tongue, so I am looking that up. But Council will recall that when the Regeneration Master Plan was presented, there were a number of properties in the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation portfolio, namely the larger ones, the 4 and 5 bedroom units that were identified as being appropriate for sale or for leveraging for future projects. There have been some that have been put back on the market in terms of rental. So there are some that we have determined with the Housing Corporation are not needed for leveraging at this time. And so they have been offered to tenants, and the Housing Corporation is continuing to assess each of the properties that is currently vacant to see whether it is those properties are needed immediately for leveraging, i.e. does the Housing Corporation need the proceeds of the sale immediately for repair and renewal of existing properties, or to move forward with some proposed new developments, which will be coming forward. The business cases will be developed and coming forward to council soon. These properties were selected because they would need some work in order to be able to put back on the rental market right away. And also because we have determined with the Housing Corporation that there is a need for some immediate capital to be doing some pre-development work to get business cases for some potential new affordable housing development ready for council's consideration.
Alrighty. Yes, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. Will there be a notification to council when these properties sell?
Through the chair to council, yes, it will come back in a report, and we will also report that back to the ministry.
Alrighty, seeing no further questions, and I'll put the motion. Can I get a motion on the floor? A mover for the staff recommendation, please. A move by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, moving right along. This is Stephanie Rice, Director of Social Services and Housing. Will you introduce your report? Is Stephanie on the line? There she is. No, that's not Stephanie.
With respect through chair to council, it's Jessica Fortin, our program manager of housing services, that's online to present this next report.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you and welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, this report is about the Canada-Ontario Housing Initiative, which I will refer to as COCHI, and the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, which I will refer to as OFI. For members of council, this funding is our current funding pot for the affordable housing. It has been called various different things over the years, with the current funding pot being COCHI and OFI. The purpose of COCHI funding is to maintain our stock of community housing and to allow our 11 housing providers, including Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, to access this funding for capital repairs. We have allocated this funding to each of the providers based on a percentage. So for example, if you own 10% of the housing stock in Haldeman, Norfolk, you will receive 10% of this funding for capital repairs. The OFI funding has different program streams. I will just provide a brief overview of the program streams that funding has been allocated for this year. The homeownership program, which is to assist low to moderate income renter households and first-time home buyers purchase affordable homes by providing down payment assistance. Another program stream is Ontario Renovates, which provides financial assistance to low to moderate income homeowners in need of home repairs, as well as home repairs for community housing. The rental assistance component is for rent supplements and housing allowances, which addresses affordability issues for renter households, and the housing support services, which is to provide support services to tenants living in community or affordable housing. With that being said, I will turn it over to council for any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. My apologies. Just got a coughing spell going on, so it's going to be a little difficult here. Is there any questions from council? I think something's going around. Any questions? My apologies. Yeah, exactly. Al doesn't want me to give it. Okay. So no, we're going to take a break, but we're going to get this motion on the floor first, since there is. Well, I thought we'd take a break at 3, but we could take it at 2:50. Wait a minute. Coming back. Look at that. All right. If there's no further questions, and I see none, I'd like to get a motion to with a staff recommendation. Can I have a mover, please? Yeah, Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Brutton. No further discussion. All those in favor? That is carried. At this point in time, we're going to take, how long would you like? A 10, 15? What would you think? Let's take a 15-minute break. And okay, is that okay? All right. Thank you.
Departure or arrival time. Make sure to check the schedule beforehand so your trip will be accepted. Trips can be booked 45 minutes to 7 days in advance. Pay for your trip using debit or credit in the Blaze Transit app. You can also book online at ride.blazetransit.com or by contacting Ride Norfolk customer service. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/Ride Norfolk app or call our office at 519-428-3178. Ride Norfolk is going your way.
I am Tom Pursley. I work at Titan Trailers. I manage the shop and design, build, program robot cells on the floor to hand off to operators to build trailer components and assemblies. I knew I always wanted to work with my hands growing up as a kid. I never wanted to be stuck behind an office doing paperwork for the rest of my life, and it really interests me to build something and see the final result when you're done.
My name's Angela Simon and I work for Annex Business Media. We are a trade magazine publisher. We produce 65 trade magazines for a diverse industries, so everything from aviation to firefighting to design engineering, manure. We have a very diverse set of magazines that we produce. I'm the production manager and I oversee the creative department in 2 divisions in Simcoe and in Toronto. We have 14 designers that lay out and design the magazines. When I started in this industry probably 26 years ago, everything was hand done. Now everything's so automated, done on the computers, and that's probably been the biggest change for me.
My name's Phil Wiersma and I work for Rasson Services. We're an industrial contracting company, so we do some custom fabrication and mechanical and electrical installations and repairs. We've built large pump skids for the oil sands out west. We've done some major factory overhauls and expansions. We do some fairly large jobs for a fairly small company. I've always liked to take things apart and put them back together, and so this is just another stepping stone.
My name is John Brock Picard. I'm 20 years old and I work at Ramblin' Road Brewery Farm. Here we make 8 different kinds of Picard's Extreme kettle chips. It's all on one line. The potatoes come in from the farm and we put them in through the hopper. They get cleaned and they go through a grading table where I inspect them and cut off all the rotten spots, pick out the bad ones. And then they go through up to the cutter. They're cut into kettle chip size and they're fried and salted. I guess the best part about my job would be the sampling. When the fresh potato chips come off the line, nothing beats them.
I think young people should be strongly considering a career in manufacturing. Skilled trades, there's always going to be a large demand for that, and they're high-paying jobs. The actual job is getting better as the new technologies come into play.
The skills you need to do my job would be definitely graphic design, computer skill. If you have any kind of video or inclination to do video or any of that kind of stuff, or web design, that's also a huge asset for what we do.
I would say if you like to take things apart and put things back together, or build things from scratch, or if you have even a creative mind, manufacturing is a good way to go.
there.
No, it is. I think it's just because Teams has a separate thing.
So my volume is turned off. It is on.
Yeah, it was because in Teams her speaker output wasn't the default one for the laptop, so she muted her laptop, but it was using the alternative one. Yeah, so if that happens, just go to the settings here.
This is about
sorry.
their story. So welcome to episode 3.
And then you can just mute it here too. Do you know how to get to
Welcome
the settings
to Passionate
here?
Folks.
Oh, okay.
I'm Emily.
And then just make sure
to
this
dig
is
in
muted
people's
as well.
life, ask questions,
But
and learn about
should be
people's
good now.
passion. Today I'm here with Adam. Hi, Adam.
Hi, how are you doing, Emily?
Great. I'm happy that you're here, taking the time to sit down with me today.
Testing,
So I know
testing,
you for a little
testing.
bit. Small community,
That's not
but people that don't know you. Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
So, my name's Adam Van Passen. I grew up here in Norfolk County. I was born onto a farm, and I got to work on that farm growing up, which was a great learning experience. From a young age, I got to understand what hard work was and what it was to be close to nature. So that was very cool for me. Growing up like that, my dad also was a counselor for Haldeman, Norfolk, and he had a big part in shaping what is today Norfolk County. So I got to see that, and watching him and experiencing him work through that really sparked an interest in me for the county and what it could become.
Great. So not like the typical kids. We hear most high schoolers like just ready to get out of their hometowns and go explore the city and something else, and it doesn't sound like that's your story.
Not at all. I heard a lot of kids saying that they wanted to move on to bigger, better things, and I just really didn't have that feeling. I always thought the biggest, best things were here in Norfolk to start.
So I asked you to pick a location today, and you bring me to a place that I don't know very well in Norfolk. So tell me about where we are and why you picked it.
This is a very cool spot. I know a lot of people drive by it, maybe on their way to Long Point or into Port Rowan, but this is Boose Harbor. So I grew up on Boose Harbor. My best friend, his family owned this place. So I grew up here hanging out, relaxing, boating, going out fishing, going out hunting. I worked here for a while. I did some volunteer work for the Shriners Club here, doing some chicken barbecues. So I really got to experience Norfolk and how community comes together. There's a lot of people that take up their summer residence here in trailers, and it's very cool to see all these people that are coming from other places in Ontario to enjoy what Norfolk has to offer. So it's just very cool to see that and experience it. One very cool fact about this place is that Boose Harbor has the largest amount of indoor boat storage on boathouses for all of the world.
The world?
Yes.
Wow, that is crazy. This little place.
Yes, absolutely.
Very cool. Something to be proud of.
I would absolutely say so.
So we've been talking about nature, and we spend lots of time outside. You bring me to a boating place where you like to fish and spend time. So tell me about your passion. Obviously there's a connection somewhere there.
Yes, absolutely. I, especially recently with everything that I've been seeing happen in the world, I'm very passionate about the earth. So I want the earth to be a good place. I want Norfolk County to be a good place. Everything that I love about Norfolk has to do with outside, has to do with nature, has to do with clean water, clean air, fresh trees, everything. So I just really think it's important to take care of everything that we have here in Norfolk County, and it's not an easy thing to do. So
no. we all have to start and do our part. That's the thing, right?
Absolutely, and I'm doing my best, but it does get very difficult. It's easy to make the change, it's just hard to start.
So we were talking earlier about, doing things around Norfolk and visiting places. I know you're a busy guy, like you work, you're a volunteer firefighter. So what do you do to de-stress and relax?
I would say my number one most favorite thing to do to de-stress would be to just get out on Lake Erie. Whether that's ice fishing, boating, swimming, relaxing. It's just such an amazing place. As soon as you get out on Lake Erie and you get away from shore a little bit, you just come out to this different zone.
Other than this place, like where else do you like to visit in Norfolk County? Where else? What's one of your other favorites?
So I would say that my favorite spots in Norfolk County would have to be broken into two categories. One is nature, being Lake Erie, boating, all of that kind of fun outdoor stuff. And I also like Norfolk's bounty. Before, maybe you had to go out to a place far away to enjoy all of this beer, wine, food, amazing service, but now we can just go out the back door, and before I can drive for 10 minutes, I found something that I can go to locally that's amazing.
Couple winery on the way here.
Yeah, it has passionate folks in it doing things. Like, it's just great. All around here, there's so many amazing things you can do, and it's just growing, so I love seeing that.
I thank you so much for your time. I love your connection with nature and what you want to do as far as your passion with the environment. I'm in line. We need to come together for this to happen, so hopefully we can inspire a few people with this little conversation here. So
Absolutely.
Thanks, Adam.
Cool. Thank you very much.
We'll
for
see
your
you
time.
soon.
Yeah.
Welcome to episode 7 of Passionate Folks. This is a blog and video series about the people who live right here in Norfolk. I sit down with them, have a conversation, ask them about their stories, their passions. I'm excited to present the next guest. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. Today I'm here with Dan. Hey, Dan.
Hey there, how are you?
All right.
Excellent.
Might be you stop by for coffee?
Yeah, well, nice of you to have me. I'm really delighted.
So we already had a good chat, but for people that don't know you, can you tell us a little bit more about you, where you live, and what you do?
Yeah. My name's Dan Fewings, and I was a Simcoe boy, an SCS grad growing up. From 0 to 18, I lived in Simcoe. And then I think I lived in Brantford for a year, lived in Dover for a bit, and then followed a gal up north to Peterborough, or Lindsay, and I ended up spending 28 years there teaching high school. Loved every minute of it. A bunch of different experiences. And when I retired in 2014, I thought, my ma's not doing so well down there. It's going to need some attention. And also followed a friend here, and bingo. And now I live just outside of Simcoe, in between Simcoe and Victoria on Highway 24.
Great, I'm so glad you took time to have this little chat. I want to go know more about you today, and I'm going to be asking some questions.
Yeah.
But first I ask you to pick a spot that means something to you in Norfolk. So maybe start by telling us where we are and why you picked this place.
Well, I love this place, not only for the food, although in my new machination I'm more careful what I eat, so I only have one crepe a week. But I love this place because Jim and Penny, the owners, are good friends. They've hired me to play here. They give the artists freedom to be a little zany here. They're good to their staff. They run a good ship. And I love the outside in the summer. It's rocking. They do a great job getting lots of music in. I think they have music all July, August, and September, like a whack of things. And I also, a few neat experiences sort of got born out here. I have a character, I do the song chef, and they were like the first ones to say, oh, you've got to come in and do it. So.
I love what you're talking about. Like, you're involved in so many things into your retirement that you seem to really enjoy the art. Is that the main thing you're passionate about, or?
Well, I like joy spreading, and the most rewarding thing I think I do is my gal Rosie and I, after we had a trip to Newfoundland, and after I did a tour of Newfoundland, we picked up on the kitchen party notion, and so we have a little duet called the Kitchen Party Orchestra, and we go to the seniors' homes and the respite center in Hagersville and Simcoe, and we give them the folks their instruments to play with us, so they're part of it. They're getting some exercise, and that is joy spreading 101.
So spent a lot of time away from Norfolk, decided to come back to Norfolk in your retirement. So tell me, if you don't have a gig, if you're not involved in something, what do you do to hang out, to relax? Where do you like to go?
Well, I love the geography, so I always like going down to one of the many shores while they still exist.
Yeah, so Port Mercy's a little small this year.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. I love, and
Are you a beach guy or?
not in the summer I'm not, but I am, sort of going to the water for answers kind of a guy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
The Leonard Cohen dimension. And so Long Point was always like hugely special as a kid, you know? I spend a lot of time at the Simple Little Theater. That's a great organization, and they're doing fun and they're welcoming. And so I'm going to play coming up that I'm doing, and
You don't seem to have too much downtime. Like you seem to keep pretty busy.
keeps me out of the housework. That's for sure.
You got out of the horse.
He's all busy,
Yeah.
making some ass right now. Sewing,
Yeah.
And so.
Is it hard to get artists to come and play here, or are they curious about wanting to see Norfolk and see what
and
it's
you know
about,
what? Like more people, like house concerts are amazing too. Like and I was never a musician on the road. I did 2 1-month tours with a student, and I had a buddy of mine, Jimmy Boskill, who was a student of mine. He said, "When you retire, we're going on tour." My son is in a band, the May Hemingways, so he traveled lots east. So he booked us from Peterborough to Newfoundland, 24 gigs and 26
all the
nights.
way, or?
Both, but you make, as a musician, you make way more at a house concert and play more concerty, less with people listening.
No.
People love to play, right? So oftentimes people think you need the applause as much as you need the money. Yeah. And many people are lined up. So it's like, you don't want to do it? That's okay. I've got Tiny Talent Time and his brother here that'll play for you, And so people, that's why it's so nice to be in a place like this where you know that their entertainment budget is a really significant amount of money. And there are a lot of places in town here. The 211 does it as well. Even the Norfolk has a whack of music, and it's getting bigger around here with all the with the craft beer industry, the wine industry. All those places are looking for some entertainment to get their clients in. So I think it's it's going to be significant. It's just a tricky game.
So music, obviously a big part of your life?
It is a big part of my life. Yeah, I think I started when I was 13. My brother handed me a John Prine album, the very first one with him sitting on the hay bale and a guitar, and showed me the.
Alrighty, I think we're almost ready to get the on air.
You just learn the
And then we'll come back. My apologies for my coughing
string
spell.
Instruments often have tablets,
Yep.
especially ones that have.
Sorry about that. Okay, thank you very much for coming back after the break. Here we are. We have 8.1.3, the Homeless Prevention Program, and I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie Rice, or are we looking for Louise? Sarah? Oh, we're going back to you, Sarah. It doesn't say that on my paper. But anyway, back to you, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Through the chair to council. So before you have HSS 23054, and this is a request for the approval of our report to allow single source supply for the negotiation of 2 of our current contracts for key homelessness prevention program partners. So one is the emergency shelter solution, which is our partnership with Church Outserving in the community. And this is requesting an extension for 15 months and then additional terms on that at a year at a piece, 5 additional terms. In addition, the second one is transitional housing program with Indwell, which is an additional 15-month contract we're extending right now, and then 5 terms of 1 year each. The intention through this is to fully utilize all the provincial funding that was just provided to support and serve our most vulnerable populations. This funding from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing will completely cover the extensions of these contracts, and we are asking through purchasing for this single source supply as detailed in the report. Both of these programs were quite successful over the past year and are known and trusted in our community. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Perfect, Sarah. And are there any questions of council? If not, can I get a mover for the staff recommendation? And it's moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Columbus. With no further ado, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, and thank you, Sarah. My apologies for not noting that it was you taking care of this all. Thank you. I appreciate that. Moving on to 8.2, which is Community Development Division. 8.2.1, Grow Norfolk, Volume 4B. Brandon, this one's yours. Where's Brandon? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in May, the residential component of the land needs analysis and the growth study options was presented to council by staff and our consultant Watson. What we have before us today is the industrial employment lands component that our consultant Watson has prepared, and staff is providing an information report today. This information is going to be combined for a final report that is coming to council very shortly with the preferred growth scenario recommendation. This information also gives some background info for our upcoming economic development strategy as well as we explore the future of industrial lands. I'm going to turn it over to Nicole, who's just going to give us a few brief summary highlights of the memo.
Thank you, Brandon. So I'd just like to highlight 7 key pieces of information from the report and the initial findings. So the first is, as of 2023, the county's employment base has been at an estimated 25,900 jobs. Employment in healthcare, social assistance, as well as accommodation and food services and manufacturing sectors have grown positively. Through Watson's report, they're recommending using the residential growth option 2B, which would correspondingly result in employment in Norfolk County growing by approximately 8,700 jobs, increasing from 25,400 in 2016, or the previous census tract, to 34,100 by 2051. 30% of that employment growth is projected to be commercial, which will be driven directly by the increased population. Institutional is also anticipated to grow by approximately 2,000 jobs, and this is largely linked to growing needs for seniors housing and other related services needed for an aging population. Industrial employment is also anticipated to grow by approximately 1,200 jobs. This is anticipated to be focused in sectors related to utilities, small, medium scale manufacturing, construction, wholesale, trade, and transportation and warehousing. In terms of industrial lands or employment lands, as more known through the Planning Act, Watson has also provided an analysis of available parcels and overall land mass. While there's still industrial land available, the work completed by Watson identified a deficit of approximately 52 gross hectares or 129 gross acres by 2048. I would note that the cover report indicated 135 gross hectares. The attached memo is draft, and the final deficit amount will fall within this range once the calculations are finalized. So that's just demonstrating some of the changes. This will be confirmed, as Brandon mentioned, in that final report, which we anticipate to come before you very soon. The preliminary review noted that additional employment lands are likely to be needed in Delhi, Simcoe, and Waterford. That remains unchanged, while existing supply is sufficient in Cortland, Port Dover, and Port Rowan. It is noted that this identified gross employment area land needs reflects additional land requirements, such as infrastructure, so the local roads, stormwater ponds, etc., all the things required to support it. As Brendan mentioned, all of this will be further evaluated in the overall land needs and comprehensive review for recommendations to go before you, especially as it pertains to that protected industrial and settlement areas. And with that, I will open it back to the chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The need for more land for industrial employment is one thing, but to Brandon, I guess, what are we doing with respect to enhancing our opportunity to create some human resources in that department? Land is one thing, but we got to have the other part to attract some industry here in Norfolk.
Thanks, through the chair. I think we can continue to have discussions through our new economic development strategy, which is coming forward to council within the next month or two. And then, of course, as council gets into budget time and looking at everything that the county's priorities are, in terms of the balance of the vacant industrial land, it is all privately held. So we have been pursuing some memorandum of understandings with individuals to see what can be done to help with marketing land in Norfolk. And then we will be talking with council about the future of industrial employment lands and if we're going down that route, and then what resourcing requirements might be needed if we embark on a business case for that.
Any further questions? If not, I have one. If we take a look at the employment growth from 2016 to 21, when we see the negative that occurred in management companies, construction, finance, how do you explain that? How did we, I mean, I know we just gathered the data, but what was the reasons why we were going into the negative there?
Through you, Chair, to you. So this essentially is demonstrating a loss in those specific areas as far as where or the implications or the resulting reasons for that. We may be able to get more information through the upcoming consolidated report as opposed to the memo. But this just speaks to essentially the census results, and it doesn't necessarily provide the specifics of where specifically those jobs were lost.
That would be really important to me to see that, because you want to, as Councillor Columbus has indicated, you want to be able to gain people working. So if you take a look at where your losses were and see why, then maybe you can anticipate some sort of growth. When I look at transportation and things like that, I see nothing but growth there. So hopefully we can get more. Oh, thank you. Brandon, if you'd like to answer that.
Yeah, just to supplement that, Madam Chair, I'd also note that this is based on information of 2021. So there was COVID 2020, 2021, so that could impact some of the numbers. And then as you see some of these industries bounce back, and of course it's going to fluctuate year to year. So I think the overall quantum within 5 years, some of the stats is like construction jobs was down by 15. So it's not necessarily a significant number. Yes, we'd like to see a positive. 2022 was a big year for construction, so maybe it bounced up in the positive.
Well, I hope you're correct there, Brandon, that things will bounce back, because when I look at the transportation and warehousing and I look at a minus 40, it does kind of concern me in the fact that when I look around, I think those are where jobs can be created. So I'm hoping that'll come through. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Brandon or Nicole. I'm just looking for some clarity on the next steps. So we're advancing this an economic development strategy, and the growth plan is still, this is just a portion of it. So how do we take this information and merge it, and when, with the other studies and plans, so that it's not just another study on a shelf, and we can then begin to take action items and ensure that there's a budget to execute on those items? What are the next steps, and how does it all align?
Chair, perhaps I'll jump in, and then if others want to supplement. So the consultant Watson is bringing the residential and the employment components that we've now delivered together into one report, and planning's working on that covering report along with the public and stakeholder information we've received to date, and with the recommended growth option. So staff have been trying to work with the technical departments and agencies to know what are the implications of future growth. So if we're to grow more in Delhi or more in Waterford or Simcoe or wherever it might be, what are the implications for the future? So that's going to be coming to council very, very soon. That sets the table then for amending our official plan. And in that amending of the official plan, that will be for all of Norfolk. That will be to conform and be consistent with whatever provincial policies are in effect at that time. And that's going to be looking at our settlement boundaries and making decisions on protected employment lands. I would say then the other component that you mentioned is the economic development strategy. And if we're looking to go down the route of, let's say it is industrial employment or something else, we would be doing the business case for that and what the implications are and what budgets to set if needed to go down that route.
Perfect. Any other comments or questions? If not, I'll look for a motion. I have a move for the staff recommendation. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Hoffman. With no further questions, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to 8.2, the county grant policy and program review. This is Brandon, to you, and then we're going to hear from Mr. McGinty.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And we are following up on a July report about this review of the Norfolk Community Grant Program and a proposed new approach to align with Norfolk's new strategic plan. And we have a recommendation report before you today. And Matt is here to take us through a brief presentation to overview the recommended new policy approach and some template items that we have for improving this program. Matt?
Thank you. Matt?
Through the chair, good afternoon, everybody. The purpose of this report is to update council with our new recommendations for the new Norfolk Community Grant Policy, as well as specific program, budget, and implementation recommendations. May I have the next slide? This report includes a brief background, new policy highlights, a recommendation on a new selection committee, a recommendation for the program budget, an overview of the new program process, our implementation strategy, as well as an introduction to our new application review and evaluation software pilot project. May I have the next slide? In July of this year, staff brought forward report CD 23049 to update council on the status of the community grant policy and program review, as well as provide council with options for consideration on how staff can move forward beyond the initial primary review. Council gave direction to staff to develop a revised grant policy and program that would align with the new Norfolk strategic plan priorities. This revised policy and program would have updates related to timelines, budget, application process, eligibility, and evaluation criteria, as well as overall evaluation processes involving a selection committee comprised of staff and members of the public. Staff was returned in the fall with a recommendation report in advance of and to feed into the 2024 budget. Council had also requested staff provide a summary of in-kind services provided by Norfolk County in the past. For this purpose, staff defined in-kind as a provision of municipal property or facilities, materials, or resources. These provisions result in either an expense or loss of revenue for the county. Examples of that are staff for special events, waived or subsidized fees, waived or discounted or subsidized rental rates, and free use of county equipment. Staff looked at 2022 and came to the estimated total for in-kind provisions to be estimated at approximately $201,900. Please refer to attachment A for more information. So our policy highlights of the new policy. The new recommended policy looks to achieve the following. We'd like to work together with our community to deliver on Norfolk County strategic plan priorities. We want to provide limited financial assistance to eligible not-for-profit organizations to provide new initiatives, services, or carry out responsibilities that align with one or more of Norfolk County's strategic plan priorities. We want to show consistency, fairness, and demonstrate due diligence with respect to proper use of public funds when grants are involved. We'd like to ensure that all grant-related projects are administered and operated in a fiscally responsible manner by well-organized, competent, and properly structured organizations or groups. We'd like to provide decision-making criteria for use by the selection committee when responding to requests for grants, and we want to build and advance the self-sustainability and effectiveness of the not-for-profit sector by providing an appropriate level of support that strengthens the capacity of not-for-profit organizations to deliver programs and services within Norfolk. May I have the next slide? So a few policy highlights and updates. The new policy incorporates the following. We have an updated policy statement. We have a new purpose of the community grant program. We have clear definitions of terms, clear overview of eligibility requirements. We have a clear overview of the application evaluation criteria. We have a clear overview of the program process. We also have terms and conditions of receiving a grant. Please refer to attachment B for the complete new policy. May I have the next slide? This slide refers to the Norfolk Community Grant Program Selection Committee. Staff is recommending a selection committee be formed comprised of 1 member from 6 council advisory committees and 5 Norfolk County staff members from the following divisions and departments: community development, corporate services, finance, operations, E&IS, and 1 alternating member from CAO's office or health and social services, along with 1 non-voting coordinator from community development. The committee would be assigned with the task of evaluating and recommending community grant applications. Each member is expected to be on the committee for a minimum 2-year term and will be asked to assign a backup with an option to extend to a 3rd year, or the backup or alternate designate could be assigned to the committee. The selection committee will complete individual evaluations that will culminate with one group meeting to determine final recommendations to council. As the new grant program is aligned with the Norfolk Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026, it is expected that after the upcoming 3 years, that the program and selection committee composition may be reevaluated for the next version. May I have the next slide? Budget. Staff is recommending at this time a per capita budget of $68,000. As the population increases in the future, a related additional amount would be added depending on the per capita increase with rounding. This would provide sufficient budget to allow for a good range of value-added initiatives, along with being able to award to submissions and projects that would implement the most strategic priorities and have a bigger overall impact. May I have the next slide? This slide talks to our new process. Our new program process will be as follows. Application intake opens in January after budget decision. Applicants can then download the grant application package. Submission deadline for applications will be February 28th. Selection committee will review in early March. A grant report and recommendations will be prepared late March. Council decision will come early April. Applicants will be notified just after that in late April. Funds will be deployed starting May 1st, and then the grant report will be due by the applicant 60 days after the completed project. And please see attachment C for an example of the Norfolk Community Grant application package. May I have the next slide? This slide speaks to specific annual grants. Staff is recommending that the distribution of the high school bursaries be removed from the policy as they fall outside of the revised scope. However, we ask that they continue to be distributed annually. Staff is also recommending that specific annual grants be removed from the updated policy. Based on council feedback, staff recommends that the historically exempt organizations remain in the current grant budget. However, these organizations' guaranteed funding levels would be reduced each year starting in 2025. So in 2024, they would still have their $2,000 guaranteed amount. In 2025, it would be $1,500 guaranteed. In 2026, $1,000 guaranteed, and then it will go down to $0 in 2027. Although the organization's guaranteed funding will reduce over time, the organizations will now be eligible to apply for additional funding up to the maximum amount permitted through the new grant program starting next year in 2024. May I have the next slide? Our next steps to implement the new policy and program would be as follows. The first step would be to update the county website with the new program information for 2024. Our next step would be to finalize all of our draft templates to guide applicants through the program, including application, the process flow chart, terms and conditions, project budget example, in-kind summary, budget request, in-kind summary, just as it is, a grant report template. Our third would be to solicit members of council advisory committees mentioned above, and staff to form the new selection review committee. And our fourth step would be the promotion of the new community grant policy and program to stakeholders through county social media channels and a media release. May I have the next slide? At this time, we'd like to introduce you to our new technology pilot project. Staff will be implementing a 3-year pilot project of a software technology that would simplify and streamline the application review, evaluation, and team decision-making processes associated with the following projects: our community grant program, as well as our community development awards. May I have the next slide, please? Staff have compared several technology vendors, and the Waterloo-based provider Decision.io is the most cost-effective while still meeting the needs of the upcoming community development projects that staff hope to integrate into the software. Thank you. This completes my report presentation, and through the chair, I'd be happy to take any questions and hear some feedback.
Thank you very much, Matt. That was very comprehensive, like it was detailed. Do you think you'll be able to accomplish all this fairly quickly? Like, this is a big, get these members to, there's a lot here. So I'll turn it over to, or Brandon, would you like to speak to it first before I open it up to the councilors?
Yep, through the chair, the working group on this has provided and put together the templates for all of the application package. Everything would be ready to roll out. We would need to solicit members from the advisory committees, but it's all pending, confirming the council direction and of course confirming the budget. So it's tied to the budget year and the timing of the budget approval. Then we would roll out in January. So it would be ready to roll out for January if that's the direction we're going.
Okay, well done though, Matt. Okay, I'll open up to the floor. Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you very much. This has been an ongoing issue from our previous term of council to our current term of council with the community grants. And we've gone through, there's been just a mismatch of ways that we've done it, and it hasn't really always been probably transparent or that we've been able to reach out to other members of the community. So I really like the detail, and I think it's very transparent and it's very equitable. And I guess my question is a letter going to go out to the current individuals who receive these grants, or are we just going to rely strictly on the communications and the media release?
At this point, through the chair, sorry, at this point, we are planning just to do social media and a media release, but we can certainly, I know that we'll have our previous grant recipients on file for the past few years. So if that's the direction, we can certainly make a letter and send that out to the most recent year's recipients, letting them know that the program is back in 2024, and we look forward to hearing from them.
I would like to see that added in. Thanks.
That's an excellent idea. I have Mayor Martin and then Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Matt and the working group. Great job on cleaning this up. I like what I see. I have a couple questions. First, I'll lead with the in-kind services. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. Will groups be eligible on an application form to fill out for grant funding and include where they would like to be the recipient of in-kind services? And if the answer to that is yes, is that amount then going to be properly calculated and deducted from what they would receive in dollars?
Through the chair, in the grant application package, there is what we've created. It's called an in-kind support summary. So before a grant is approved, an internal staff member will work with the grant applicant and determine any additional in-kind costs, and that will either be added to or subtracted to from their overall grant request, depending on feasibility and what makes sense.
Okay, excellent answer. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to finance, are you then going to be reimbursing the appropriate department if we give $68,000 in a bucket for grant funding to community development, and $68,000 is applied for, however only 60,000 of those dollars was actual dollars that was distributed to the groups? The remaining 8,000 was for community rental spaces. Will we then be taking the money from the grant pot and moving it over to the appropriate department?
Through the chair to council. So the $68,000 is budgeted in the mayor and council budget area. So if it was council's decision to allocate a specific amount to in-kind services as opposed to a grant application based program, then we would look to do a journal entry likely to offset the subsidy given to whatever group that may be.
Okay. I guess the question, the answer didn't matter as much because I don't really care how staff goes about it. What I don't want to see is $68,000 annually, 69, 70, whatever it is, annually in grant dollars, plus an additional 200,000 in in-kind services. I want to be able to measure the dollar value that we are giving to the community and wrap it up in this grant fee. There's some things that are listed in that in-kind services that are just a given. We're never going to get out of those obligations that we need to contribute to. But if somebody is applying and they can receive $5 for their event, or they can receive $5 in-kind services that they don't need to pay for at the county, I want to make sure that's not above and beyond the grant dollars that have been allocated for, because there's staff time and there's interdepartmental charges and so on. I want to make sure it's, otherwise there's no merit in measuring the in-kind service aspect. That makes sense. I don't need an answer. Sure, go ahead.
Through the chair, I could speak to that. And my initial thoughts was that we would keep with everything within the $68,000 parcel. And then that way it keeps our in-kind specific to grant recipients. So everything else outside of a grant recipient, whether it be community use of a facility, is kind of outside of the scope of this project. So I could, if someone was asking for a $4,000 grant, and then through evaluation, it turns out that they actually need an extra $1,000 in community services, then they would get $3,000 cash and $1,000 in kind.
Okay, that is great. But then you have $1,000 sitting in the mayor and council service grant account at the end of the year. So then is the plan to roll that over into next year and ask for a reduced amount off the levy? Or is the plan to then move it to the department that received the services? So if there's $1,000 left over, because your answer is the right answer, that's what I wanted to hear, then we're including the in-kind services within that $68,000. What happens to the actual dollar value that isn't redeemed because it was an in-kind service? Are we then reducing the levy amount that council's adding into that grant next year? Or are we transferring it over to recreation for rental on the pool?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, if it's something that we can measure, like a subsidized or a waived fee, that's a cost that we can transfer and show by a journal entry in the budget to record. If it's an estimate, if we're getting into the other areas of the program, like an estimate of staff time or some other item, it becomes very, very difficult to track and measure and quite administratively challenging to follow through. So I think it just depends how we're going to go about looking at those additional items.
Okay, and I think to start, I don't know that I'm that picky about the staff hours and whatnot, but if there were these items that we could be offering community members, like the rental of a facility, but we were not, and instead we were giving them the dollar, I wanted to make sure that we were giving consideration to that in the application, which is what you've done, Matt. So I'll leave that with staff for further thought, I suppose. Has there been any discussion around an applicant that wants to come forward and apply for grant funding, and they are annual applicants? They come each and every year. Did we put any thought into, okay, well, great, for 2024, you're eligible and your total is $5,000. If you come back next year, it's $4,000. If you come back the year after, it's $3,000. Not because I want to make it more administratively burdensome, but because I want there to be more money to go around to other people in the future. And I think the reason why any council probably ever set money aside for initiatives like this is to set groups up for success. So when we look at our Amplify Norfolk partnership, we front load money to make these groups ease their burden so that there's more of a business case for them to leap off and rely on us less and less and less in future years. Have we given any consideration to that? Because year after year, we do see the same recipients. And while they may not be grandfathered in, like some of the older ones, they are the same recipients.
Through the chair, in the new policy, one of our new purposes is to provide limited financial assistance to not-for-profit organizations. And I believe there's language in there that indicates it would give preference to new projects over existing ones. So again, it also determines on, we weren't sure if we were going to have a budget of 0, a budget of 15,000, a budget of 34,000. So we couldn't speak or didn't want to commit to a process that we couldn't honor through an existing budget. So my feelings are, and I believe the wording is in the policy, that it's aimed towards new projects and to provide limited financial assistance to help sustain these groups with a one-time not a one-time, but through, that we hope that they can leverage the funds that we give them.
Right. I think if the messaging is there and, you're going to review it after a couple of years and we're ensuring that it's not the same event. And I read in there about competing events with the community and so on. It's not competing with other events, but if it is the same recipient each and every year. And I get calls and emails from people who are very much expecting that funding to be there. And they are very much relying on that funding to make their event successful. And I don't think that's the intent of the program. And two more questions. So will we be sending proper notification to those grandfathered groups if this motion passes that they're going to be off-boarded?
Through the chair, we certainly can. Yes.
I think that would be important and a nice touch. And then my last question is, and staff, you may have an answer to this, but I'm wondering if it should be included in the definition on the bylaw, but the not in good standing groups are ineligible if they're not in good standing with the county. And I didn't see a definition on there. So I don't know what, I'm sure that relates to not submitting their funding debrief at the end, but I didn't know if you wanted to elaborate on that. But otherwise, really great work cleaning this up, bringing it forward, creating a clear criteria. And I really like the reporting afterwards. That's something that's been lacking, and it will be appreciated on my end.
Through the chair, I can answer that. I can address it actually. There is actually a definition for in good standing. It's the organization is not in current litigation with the county, and that the organization is current on taxes and accounts receivable. Further, if they do not complete their grant report, they are ineligible for funding moving forward.
Excellent.
Well done. All right, I have a few people that would like to speak. I think Councillor Van Passen, you were next, and then Councillor Brunton, and then Councillor Very. Oh, you're okay, then you'll go after Councillor Van Passen, Councillor Very.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm following up on some of the mayor's questions to get some clarity. One of the sections that makes you ineligible is that you have received a grant in the last 12 months. So does that mean you can't apply year after year? You'd have to be every other year?
Through the chair, I believe that it's not referenced that you can't apply every year. I believe the language speaks to other county grant programs like our CIP grant, specifically within our economic development department. But no, I believe applicants can apply every year, but that just means that if you've applied for a $20,000 CIP grant, you are ineligible through this program.
Okay. And the other one is number 4, ineligible if organization provides in-cash grants to others. And I've brought this up before over the last few years. As an example, Lions Club, Kinsman Club, Rotary Club, they've come specific to one event, such as Pumpkin Fest in Waterford, which happens to be coming up very quickly, that for that event, they would apply for a grant, but there's other work that they do and other fundraising they do that they provide a cash grant to an organization such as, I think the Lions in Dover just gave 60,000 to the hospital thing. So yeah, does that mean that all of those sort of long established groups are no longer eligible, or is there an option to say, well, you can't just apply as a group, but you can still apply as for that one specific event or one-off sort of idea?
Through the chair, so we did a lot of research comparing municipal policies for community grants, and that ineligible if an organization provides in-cash grants to others is fairly standard across the board. So as far as specific examples, I can't comment on that, but I believe the thought behind it is that if you're granting out money, then you should be using your own money and not coming for additional money. If you have a surplus, it really, I think it speaks to as well. So as far as individual groups, I can't comment, but if the language as it currently states is this, yes, if they provide in-cash grants to others, they are ineligible for this community grant.
And I suppose I'm asking that question as much for you as for the rest of council to dwell on that concept of those long-established, well-organized groups do fundraising for all sorts of different specific reasons. And, does it make sense to just categorically say, no, you're no longer eligible to knock on Norfolk County's door because you do so much good other work in other areas? Or do we still allow it as sort of at that one-off event, as if a totally independent organization applied for that same, even though it is the Lions Club of Fort Dover? So maybe we'll leave that to council to roll around their heads. And otherwise, you've done an excellent job sort of putting together the mishmash that we've had over the years. So thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Very, then Councillor Huffman.
Thank you through the chair there to Matt. I have several questions. One, are we able to get the details of the in-kind calculations that you gave us? Like, you've given us some sort of, you give us like numbers and they're fine, but I'd like to know how you came to that. 201,000.
Through the chair. Yeah, so I provided a tally, but I can come back with how we got there.
Appreciate that. Had you considered, in order to get those final reports in, a holdback of any kind? So typically on grants, you don't get your last 10% until your report is in. Had that been something you considered?
Through the chair, yes, we had considered it. But I think we decided to go against it just because with the amount that we were traditionally giving was only a few $1,000s, and a 10% holdback on that wasn't threatening enough to, guarantee a report to come in. So if they didn't want to report, them not getting $400 wasn't going to be strong enough, I think, in my opinion, to guarantee a report. So
stronger than zero, though.
Stronger than zero, but if you also don't submit a report, you will not get any money next year or moving forward until that report comes in.
Fair enough. Okay, so one of the questions that we've had is, to go off what Councilman Pass was saying about the Lions Club, for example, applying. So was there any consideration given to project funding versus operating funding? So the groups that come every year, are they getting operating funds versus a one-off project? And I think that might be a way to distinguish some of those basically funding funders. That if someone is asking us to fund their operations, no, because they can pay for it out of their budget, but if they're doing a specific or special event or project, that's a one-off that we could consider funding. Is that something that was considered?
Through the chair, we have we pretty much determined a project through our terms here as a specific initiative, service, or responsibility to be carried out by the applicant organization. So the responsibilities could be operational. But I don't believe that we gave specific consideration to project versus operational as separate. We're certainly willing to. We're here to receive guidance, so that's something that we can take back and consider.
Okay, so that's why I bring it up. So a lot of times grants will say, look, we're not going to fund your day-to-day operations. You must sustain those on your own. However, you can apply for support related specifically to a project. So I'll give you a broad strokes example. So, will a grant, let's say Trillium fund, the bookkeeping of an organization? No, but would it be fund the bookkeeping related to the additional expenses of the project itself? Yes, because that is a project specific expense. And so that's where I'm kind of going with that, is it might help with, we don't fund funders. Well, yeah, but if it's a special project, maybe we will to cover those expenses. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm going.
No, through the chair, I understand, and I think that's something very worth considering. We'll take that back to the working group because it would eliminate any operational costs, and that would also perhaps address the groups that give grants as well if we limit it to just special projects. But I'll take that back to the working group for consideration, and Brandon might want to step in.
Yeah, just thanks through the chair. Just to supplement that, we're also trying to introduce a project budget sheet. So it's in the application package. That's one of the attachment of the report. So we're trying to get at and have the groups list. Okay, what are the rental fees? What's the equipment? What's the advertising marketing cost? What's transportation and our general project costs? Start to at least have that for each of these ones, and then you can start to drill down and find which ones are going to specific ones for the actual project or event to happen. Which ones may be more operational, and then I can factor in.
Sorry, I have two more. So one is on the list of in-kind, you have Friday the 13th at 30,000. I'm I guess I would question who is that in kind granted to? Because where I'm going is, I understand there's cost to the county, I'm not disputing that. But there is no organization that we're granting that to. That's still a county event for all intents and purposes, correct?
Madam Chair, to the councillor. You are correct. A lot of that is to do with road closures and things. However, there are some rentals of parkland in a parking lot that historically haven't been charged for. So it's a small aspect of that, but a lot of it is public safety on the roads.
So again, my question is, who is that granted to? If it's an in-kind grant, who is it granted to?
Through the Madam Chair, it's a really good question. I don't know how to answer that. It is money that is spent extra out of the roads department's budget to make the event go forward, but it's a benefit, I guess, to the community at large. I can't say that it benefits a certain group, and maybe Matt's got some better verbiage for that.
Through the chair, I think the word that is tripping people up. It's actually not a grant. It's in-kind services. So these are costs to the county either through facility rentals or through staff time. So these in-kind costs are not in-kind grants that are going just to people. It's also, some of them are community grants, but specifically for Friday the 13th, that's a lot of staff time and things that are costing the county money. So it's us incurring the expense. That money's not actually going towards a grant recipient.
I understand that. So my question is still, though, you're going to include it in the 200,000. It's not like the others, is where I'm going with it. And I'm not trying to argue that we shouldn't. I guess where I'm going is if we're including things like that, then probably the cost of the in-kind services provided throughout Norfolk County is considerably higher. Because that is not an event, that is not an in-kind service provided to an organization. That is just something that is done in the community. The county essentially runs that event. So that's where I'm going, is if you're going to actually say, well, all these services that we provide to organizations has to be to somebody, or it's not to somebody, but it can't be, we count some in this column and not all of them. That's what I'm trying to get a sense of. What is this 200,000 really about?
Maybe we could gather that information and bring it back.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get some clarity on what we're actually talking.
Yeah, that's fair.
We'll bring it back. I
Okay.
think you can be able to bring that back.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, so we allocate, we're going to potentially, if we decide to do this, allocate funds through a $68,000 pot of money to groups. But as council, we semi-regularly, somewhat regularly grant money to other not-for-profit organizations. And I'm wondering, what is the difference between a grant that is applied for and money that we allocate to a not-for-profit group to fund their operations without an application that is not a grant? And I'm wondering if that is captured anywhere in this concept. Like, to me, if we're putting money out to a project like Amplify Norfolk, that's a grant. So where does that fall in the $68,000 budget when we were probably given, well, we've definitely given more than, say, 300,000 just from requests that have come out separate from the grant application? So where are we going to align those things? So if I fail on my grant application, what's to stop me from just coming to council and asking for that money? Or the opposite is also true. If I ask council for the money and I don't get it, do I just then do an application through the grant?
Through the chair, I can comment and then perhaps be corrected, but I believe that the intent of this new program is to encapsulate all non-for-profits to come through this program for their request for funds. As far as the technicalities as to what stops them from reaching out to you, I can't comment on that.
Fair enough.
That's just out of the scope of what I've done here, but perhaps somebody can comment. I think just the baseline was we were trying to get all the money into one pot here to assist not-for-profits through this program.
Okay, so that's where I'm kind of going, is that the 250,000 that went out for the Amplify Norfolk is 4 times the amount that's in this grant budget, just on that its own. We did 50 to the Norfolk Arts Center. So if we do 50 to the Norfolk Arts Center and it comes out to the 68, like then, and that's where I'm trying to sort of say what's a grant and what's not. That's not a question for you, it's just a general question.
No, actually, you make a very good point. Actually, that's something that we're going to have to delve into and maybe. Oh, I'm sorry, Al, if you have an answer to that.
And say through you, Madam Chair, I think the point is taken. This was our first sort of attempt to try to capture some of these things. Some of the examples that the councillors put forward, those were separately budgeted items that have come forward. Council's made a commitment to and have funded it. So it's a little bit different. I understand what you're saying in regards to, there's there's significant amount of money that's been spent, different priorities, different events, different economic development drivers, things of that sort. The intent that's in front of you with this report is number one, in regards to revamping the grant program, which is intended to give small local community groups an opportunity to build some processes and build their events and really do a bit of community building, things of that sort, and really formalize the process around that. The separate $200,000 was an attempt from staff, an initial attempt from staff to quantify other things that we're doing that are flying underneath the radar right now with all those in-kind supports. And I think it's likely a little bit higher, but when you start tabulating other initiatives that council has approved through other separate budgets, the amount is certainly higher. But the intent here in front of us was simply in regards to the grant program and the in-kind services that we've identified to date. But we will certainly come back to council and give you the update on the 210,000 or 201,000 that's been identified and actually quantified that for you in terms of what the expense is that we're absorbing and what it's for.
So then my last thing I'm going to say is that, at some point, I think if we're going to continue to do grants where we are giving operating funds and in some cases operating funds and a building to some groups, but we're worried about weaning off the grandfathered groups of their 2,000, somewhere that has to balance. Like, it has to make sense that, we've got 50 plus a building over here and we don't have 2,000 for these guys over here. That has to be counted in a total what the county is giving to operating for groups and projects, I think. Thank you.
Thank you for that point. I have Councillor Huffman next, and then Councillor Columbus.
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you very much to Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what about an individual that's not a not-for-profit, but just an individual that wants to do something good for the community and has a good plan? Would they be exempt from this process?
Through the chair, our current language defines a not-for-profit organization. It's an adjective used to describe an applicant who meets one or more of the following requirements: is registered in Ontario as a nonprofit corporation by the applicable provincial or federal authority or ministry, or is a registered charitable organization, or is a volunteer-based community organization or group that can demonstrate it provides a clear benefit to Norfolk County and can show that denial of the grant or financial assistance would impact their ability to carry out their project. So within that, it does restrict individuals. Part of our other eligibility concerns with groups are listed here. The organization must have a volunteer board or a steering committee consisting of 3 or more members, and an organization must be in existence for a minimum of 1 year consideration before being given a grant. So according to the language here, yes, it does restrict individuals from applying.
Because there are some times where individuals have come to this council with a good plan, one of a kind project, thinking about David Rusnak with Quants Park. And he would be restricted then, or he'd have to go out of his way to get a non-for-profit to support him on it. I guess that's what you're saying. Okay, what is the maximum amount that an organization can get then? We only got $68,000, so I know the grandfathered ones are 2,000 in 2024, but what is the maximum that they would be allowed to get percentage-wise or dollar?
Through the chair, assuming the budget is over 10,000, the maximum they could apply for is 10,000.
Apply for that. Doesn't mean they'll get it. And similar to Councillor Berry's questions, this has come up several times in the last 22 years that I know. And it's about the Panorama and Simcoe here. Was it included in that $201,000 of value in-kind service? I think that's a bill for about $70,000 right now. Put the lights on and all that in the park.
Yeah, through Madam Chair, I believe talking to you, Matt, we did include that. That program, a lot of these numbers were based, I believe, on the 2022 year, and the pandemic changed that event immensely. It's not as big as it is. The staff involvement is much less. I believe it is included in it.
Okay, it is included. Okay, thanks very much, because I know that's always an issue.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Going back to Councillor Very.
Thank you, Chair. So I have one other question then. So about the 10,000 they're allowed to apply for, is it an all or nothing, or could they receive partial funding?
Through the chair, it's definitely partial. So just because they apply for 10,000, we will evaluate based on their project budget form that they're required to submit, based on their in-kind summary that they're required to submit. It'll be our final decision on how much they get, but it's definitely not all or nothing.
Thank you.
That's good. We've had a lot of questions, but some really good answers. So I really appreciate that. And a little bit that you can bring back to us. Again, Councillor Van Passen, you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. One more question. A couple of years ago or a few years ago, we cut that budget in half because we had severe financial pressures when budget time. I think the situation might even be worse right now than it was back then. So I'm wondering what the logic is on the recommendation to increase the budget, well, double the budget again back to what it used to be. Like, is there, like at 35,000, it's just not even worth having a program, but we do want to have a program, and this is sort of the break point where it makes it worthwhile. And the one add into that, one of the requests is for $8,500 worth of software to help the process move more efficiently. I'd suggest that first thing they do is apply for a grant out of the 68,000 to get that money and not add it on top. But if I could get some answers to that sort of concept of why the number.
Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll turn to my colleague from finance as well. So I think it's safe to say that yes, what you had indicated at $35,000 when staffs looked at it, it's not necessarily efficient to do it for that. We need more value added for these community groups. Moving forward, looking at the $68,000 gets us to that point of value added. We had looked at 100,000. I think the July report had some comparison to other communities as to what they were doing for their community grant programs, and the 68 is still somewhat in the lower mid end. That's where it made it value added. It's also like one of the items that we can do with these relationships with these organizations to help implement Norfolk's strategic plan. So they are helping us, and we're working together with the community for empowering Norfolk and connecting Norfolk and building Norfolk and sustaining Norfolk, serving Norfolk, all of those strategic ones. And so at that value, we get to that point. I'll turn it over to Amy in a moment as to whether or not that's competing in terms of operating levy dollars with some of our other pressures we have on the capital or rate side this year, in the next couple of years. The other part was the software piece. So that part would be from the existing community development budget. So that would not be in addition or from the council mayor's office budget. We are looking at that for a number of decision-making efforts that we're doing. So that would be part of our community days and a few other things that we're doing. We would be doing that. That's over 3 years. So I think it's 3,500 to start up. Turn over to Amy. Support. We had finance part of our working group on this as well.
Thanks, Brandon, and through the chair to council. Councillor Van Passen, you're absolutely correct. Our financial pressures are mounting, and in the capital budget that comes forward in the next couple of weeks, council is going to get sort of a full sense for how high the mountain is getting, I guess, if I could say it like that. So we're looking for ways as a group for what we felt was a relatively small addition to our operating budget, so 0.03%, where we could work with the community group to engage, as Brandon noted, and to create some benefit and to move towards some of the strategic and economic advantages that we could get working through these groups with relatively minor addition to the budget. So in terms of a cost benefit analysis, how can we do the most good with adding as little as possible to our pressures? And we felt like this was a good way to do that. And that was sort of unanimous on the committee. Certainly, we're going to be recommending increased transfers to reserve and reserve funds in both levy and rate budgets coming forward in the next few months as we look to fund our infrastructure needs. And there will be increased issuances of debt coming forward in the next few years. on both budgets as well, funding that as we look to fund our infrastructure needs as well. So all of that remains true, but hopeful that for a relatively minor amount, we could do some good in the community with this one.
Thank you. And I also believe that's it's good for the community. At least it's showing that we have some benefits out here, and as well, the ratepayers are quite satisfied to have something a little extra. So it's really important for the communities. Mike, you have excuse me, Councillor Columbus.
One last question, Madam Chair. Are BIAs restricted from applying for this program?
I can't comment on that exactly just because I don't know what their actual status is of a BIA. If we look to the not-for-profit organization definition, if they are a registered charity or they are a volunteer board, et cetera, as long as they fall within our current definition of a not-for-profit group, then they would be eligible. If not, they would be not.
Can we get some clarification on that? Because I know I'm going to a meeting tonight and I'll get the question.
Certainly, I'll work on that right away.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Van Passen, one more.
Just, that's sort of the same position I brought up before with the Kinsman, the Lion, and the Rotary. And if we could sort of get some more information on Councillor Berry's concept of a project grant as opposed to a picture grant, maybe that would, I think they should all be eligible, but specific to that one project, not just that we need $2,000 because it helps us with our overall organization. But I'm going to put on a thing down at Ponce Dam and the BIA is going to help support it. I think that should be eligible. I want to get that in here somehow, but not sure how we word that.
Just through the chair, the intent is that it's project based. So if a group such as Kinsman or Lions are looking to do something in a specific location, and then they could apply for it. That is the intent. I think it's in there. The BIA one is a good question because they do receive funding from the municipality as well. So we'd have to double check on the eligibility.
Councillor Berry,
yeah, so I just have a question that might help clarify the BIAs. Are they incorporated as their own entities? Because if it has to be an incorporated not-for-profit, there you have it. So I don't know if they are or not, but would you be able to tell, are they incorporated? Somebody must know if BIAs are incorporated or not.
They are a local board, but I would assume they're incorporated because, okay, so in case I'm speaking out of turn here, we'll investigate that and find that out for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? If not, what I'm going to do is, do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? The staff recommendation, put this on the floor. Okay, thank you, Councillor Huffman. Do I have a seconder for that? I need a seconder for this. Ooh, this is we're moving on into, do I have a mover and a seconder then? Yes, I do. It's on the floor. Okay, for debate. Councillor Van Passen.
The motion says that it's going to be reflected as a council approved initiative in the budget. Does that mean that we can't change it come January, or does it mean that we're going to look at it in January?
Thank you. And through the chair to council, that means that it would be baked into the baseline of the budget. So it wouldn't be something that you could revisit at that time.
That's the case. I think I might want to have a bit more debate on the issue.
Councillor Columbus.
Can we have a full council meeting next week? Can we have a further discussion on it and get some answers? It's a bit like that housing start thing that we dealt with
You wish me to put a motion
We
to
have too many
defer?
unanswered questions here at this time.
Would you like to put a motion to defer?
Yes, I will put a motion to defer to next week.
Okay, have I got a seconder for a deferral? I have a seconder, a Councillor Berry for a deferral. That takes precedent over the other motion. Therefore, I ask the question or look for more debate on the deferral. No debate on a deferral. All those in favor? No debate, no. All those in favor? Opposed? That will be deferred over then. So the actual other is mute. We're moving on and we'd like to move it as quickly as we can. We're moving on to 8.3, the Environmental and Infrastructure Services Division. Andrew, this is yours and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Certainly. I just want to make sure I have my stuff in the right order here. So the first one on the EIS agenda today is the two-way left turn on West Street. So this report relates to the reconstruction that we're doing out there just west of our council chambers. And this project is being completed in 2 phases. So phase 1, which is from Holden to Brook Street, will be substantially complete here in the fall. The final top coat going on next spring. And the existing road network in this area provides 2 lanes of vehicle traffic per direction and minimal shoulder room. So as the county is moving towards a more complete streets mentality to provide safe passage for vehicles, for bikes and pedestrians, as well as promote proper traffic flow and speed reductions, it's recommended that we reconfigure this to 1 lane per direction, common center left turn lane, and some wider shoulders. So we did reach out to the public with these proposed changes, and we did receive over 380 responses to our survey. That is really great. That is a lot of responses, and I guess a lot more than we were expecting. The results showed 36% were in favor of the proposed realignment, 45% were opposed to the realignment, and 19% had no preference. So when we combine these results with input from other community groups and our emergency service providers, it was determined that the best course of action is to continue a pursuit towards complete streets and move forward with a lane reconfiguration. It also should be noted that many of the responses that were opposed to the change were driven by the fact that they thought it would reduce speeds. As you're all aware from the number of calls that you get, speed is a problem in our community, and we really don't view this as a negative. We have included a map and some slides at the end of this report to show you the layout and the signals that are required. A picture's worth 1,000 words. It's easier to look at than describe. And really, this is a journey for us. Complete Streets is take time to transform our entire community, but this is a first nice step. In phase 2, which will be from Brook Street all the way down to Talbot here, is scheduled for construction in 2025, and it will follow the exact same road configuration. We did have the opportunity to walk the streets with both of the ward councillors and get some input from them as well. So with that, we'll open up the floor for any questions that you may have.
Just looking around, I don't see Councillor Duffy. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll go to a motion. So do I have a mover for staff recommendation? Moved by Councillor Brutton, seconded by Councillor Berry. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on then. This is also yours, Andrew?
It is, and thank you. That was a little quicker than I expected, so that is great. The second report you have from the EIS group today is related to our automated speed enforcement. You may recall that we presented a pilot program to collect data that would help inform our future decisions, and we did that to this committee back in May of this year. Just as a very quick refresher, automated speed enforcement is a system that uses a stationary camera and a speed device that helps enforce speed limits. And it's currently restricted to school zones and community safety zones. However, we did submit a letter to the province through the mayor recently to try and expand that to any roadway within our jurisdiction. So this pilot program was rolled out over the summer months, and we collected data at Bay Street in Port Rowan, Norfolk Street in Simcoe, in Main Street in Dover, as well as Cockshut entering into Port Dover. And you can see in the table in the report that we had some sites with pretty strong compliance, although we did have 2 of our automated speed areas with very poor adherence rates, I would say. And it should be noted that the trigger point was set at 10 kilometers over the posted speed limit, so not the speed limit itself. So in particular, the Cockshut Road entering into Dover was only 50% compliance. There's also some data in the report from the OPP Speedwatch program, which shows very similar trends. However, their technology is not as strong, so take that as a general trend as opposed to maybe specific statistics about those locations. So there is no doubt that automated speed enforcement works. We have lots of data through our program. We've also talked to other municipalities to get information. We do know that it is not perfect. Generally, the program is revenue neutral or at actually a small cost municipality. That's for capital and damage and ongoing program administration. There's a lot of vandalism to these units, so that can be quite expensive. And really one of the biggest barriers is the processing of violations and the impacts it has on the court system. What we're recommending here through council today is that we work with our neighbors. So Brant has stepped up to kind of lead with Brantford, Haldeman, Six Nations, and hopefully us to review a program and set up a framework for how we can make that work in a smaller municipality. And for that, our contribution is $20,000, which we have included in our capital budget for this upcoming year. We are all eager to see something like this move forward, or I know many of you are because we've talked about this, but we do think it's best that we kind of take this one step at a time and look at what the LAS program has to offer, as well as what we could do with our neighbors here more locally. So with that, be happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you. I'll start with Councillor Columbus.
Is there any signage set up ahead of the speed trap?
So through the chair, yes, there is. So that was not done for the pilot purposes. There was no tickets issued. They were just for purely data collection. But yes, if you were to formally implement a automated speed program, there is very strict sign requirements as for where you have to sign it, how far ahead of the speed cameras, etc.
My apologies. Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Andrew, in your report, you say it ends up revenue neutral. That kind of bothered me, but do you think if we go with this study with LAS that we're wasting our time, or are we gonna, do you think, I guess I look at the outstanding POA stuff we have right now as far as revenue, and I just wonder, are we just digging a deeper hole here?
So through the chair, that's a valid point, and that's really why we recommend trying to work with our neighboring municipalities. We'd like to pursue maybe a different path. The administrative burden going through the provincial system is quite strong, and we're looking to run this more like a red light program where we have more jurisdiction over that. And if that is the case, and it can be done, then it may not be revenue neutral. In fact, it may be something that's more of a revenue generator for the municipality, but there's lots of questions that need to be answered, and that's why we're recommending we bring someone on board to study this further.
Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you. My apologies, I missed the first part, and my apologies if you already answered this, but what kind of timeline are we looking at before we would be able to get something up and running? I don't care about it being revenue positive. I'm concerned about the safety of our residents and all of the complaints that as councillors that we get with speeding cars, especially in our downtown cores and things like that. So what kind of timeline are we looking at?
So through the chair, in either program, whether we pursue the LAS program or whether we try to work with our neighbors on something a little different, we are still looking at something later in 2024. LAS just rolled out their program in Barrie right now, and they're just starting to accept participants, but that even takes time to roll out. So this isn't something that we're going to have up and running right away, but it is something I would be optimistic that it could be done in 2024.
Councillor Very.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Andrew there. So you mentioned that, there has to be some pretty strict signs a certain distance ahead of the machines and everything else. Are we allowed to put up signs even if there's no machine?
So through the mayor, or sorry, through the chair, I was thinking the mayor because she asks that question all the time. Through the chair, that is something we're looking at. So if you're part of the program and there's nothing stopping you from having multiple units and multiple housings out there, maybe you have 15 locations and you only have 2 cameras and you can rotate them through that. Whether or not we can just put up a sign if we're not part of the program, I don't believe that's allowed. But if we do opt in and start some formal program, we certainly can use those signs to our advantage. And I know when we went through this in Hamilton, there is certainly a ghosting effect. So whether or not the camera's present or not, it certainly does change driving patterns. So it is a good idea if we are in the program.
No, I'm fine with the scarecrow machine. That sounds good to me. So I will say, just to the rest of council and to the world who's watching, this is the number one issue that I hear about in my ward is speeding, not just out in these outer areas that we're policing now or whatever you want to say, with the cameras up, but in town. You know, if there's, I guess my question is facetiously, is there a better solution than this? Or is this like, what I'm getting at is this is probably the best we're going to be able to do within reasonable solutions, correct?
Through the chair, I would say so. I mean, there's always the education component. There's enforcement that the OPP can do, but they can't be everywhere all the time, whereas a camera can. So it certainly is the best solution.
Okay, I think this is great, and I'm very happy to see the report, and I'm disappointed but not surprised to see the low compliance rates in some of those areas, and I think it's a great program, and I hope we can get some agreement to move forward.
Councillor Breton next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Let me speak again. Andrew, I read in your report where Barrie had 2 enforcement officers, I believe they hired. Now that's through LAS, and they provide the total package, right? So if they were like 2 LAS, would they hire? Let's say we went with them in the end here. Like, are we looking at hiring 2 people, or would they hire those people and give the whole package, or enforcement, the whole 9 yards?
So through the chair, there's still some unknowns there, but yes, that's the idea, whether it would be something that we would work with other groups and maybe one officer is adequate for a larger service area or not, be based on kind of your traffic volume and your patterns. But yes, it would be part of the contract that you would have with them. So it would be up to them to kind of run the program from start to finish, but we would be paying for that service.
You also mentioned you're familiar with this in Hamilton, were you? Or?
Through the chair, I am. I wasn't directly involved in the rollout. That wasn't part of my responsibility, but we certainly had a lot of conversations, and the man sitting to my right was certainly heavily involved in its rollout. There was a lot of lessons learned in that, but it certainly, it did work. I know we experienced a lot of vandalism, so there was a lot of upkeep of the machines, but there is no doubt that it helped reduce speeds in our areas.
Did you make any money?
Through the chair, no, it was revenue neutral.
Thank you.
Going back to Councillor Barrie.
Thanks. I thought of something else there, Chair. So to Andrew, do you have a sense of how much time you or your team has to spend on complaints about speeding? So I know that when I get them, I shoot them over to you guys, and I can't be the only one that does that. So is it, I mean, I know you don't have a number of hours, but is it a lot or a little?
Through the chair, it is a lot. Myself personally, not a whole lot, but Mike and his staff, we certainly get a lot of complaints that we investigate. They go forward to the Road Safety Committee for review and implementation or change of signage if is required. But it is a pretty big draw on our time, much like your phones ring a lot for speeding, so do ours.
So what I'm wondering is, you know, is that, I don't expect that you would calculate the amount of time and the cost of those calls. However, is that presumed to be part of the revenue neutrality of this? Or is it possible that, you know, because we're not spending so much staff time on this, that we might see, we're never going to see on a page the gain, but overall in the operations of the county, we know that now you're spending your time on other more productive things through this program. So essentially there's a bit of a gain that.
Through the chair, I think that's a valid comment. I don't think that's been done anywhere else. They just really look at the cost of the program, but certainly you were right. It would free up time for us to focus, not that this isn't important work, but on other things that we could be doing, because this is a little bit of a time drain for all of us.
Certainly we look at it as if we're freeing up time, you can be working on other things that the stationary camera can't complete on your behalf, then I guess the trade-off's pretty good.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. And I would have to concur. I think this is a great idea, and I wish we could afford to have more cameras, but at the end of the day, since we have 2 options here, or we don't have 2 options, you wanted to go with your neighbors or you wanted to go standalone? Or are we just looking for a motion to receive your information then?
So through the chair right now, we're looking for presenting the stats from our pilot results, and we have recommended that we do pursue the option of working with our neighbors, but that's part of our capital budget process that's coming up. We're not asking for the dollars today, but it's part of the process here.
So do I have a mover for a staff recommendation? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Very. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Very good. Moving right along, we have no operations division. We have no staff reports here. I missed one. Well, I was just looking. All right, asset management 8.3.3. Andrew, we're back to you again.
We are, and Dan's going to just get set up over there. So I just want to take a moment to introduce Dan to the group here before he delivers his presentation. Dan joined the county in June-ish of this year to tackle our asset management plan. He certainly has lots of experience in this sector. And since he's joined us, we've made a lot of progress, and this report is a bit of a celebration for EIS and finance since we finally get to check the box on the asset management legislation for our core assets. And while Dan is the one that's leading our program and heading out today's presentation, it's really reflective of all the work from all of the groups around the county table. Assets are owned by all, not just EIS. We just happen to be the ones that are presenting here to you today. But with that, I'll kick it over to Dan to run through the presentation and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, and welcome, Dan. Welcome aboard, Norfolk County. So if you'd like to go ahead, that would be great.
Thanks for the introduction, Andrew, and thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of committee. It's a pleasure to be here today to present the asset management plan for Norfolk County. I do have a very brief presentation that I'd like to run through. I'll try to do it as efficiently as I can. I know it's already starting to be a long day for you. And with your indulgence, before I start, I would like to just acknowledge a couple of people. I did start here in May, and since that time, I've worked pretty closely with the finance folks, Amy and Chris Everett. And they've been extraordinarily helpful, and a lot of what you see in the council report and the presentation today is the result of their effort. I want to give a shout out to one of their staff. I've been working closely with Jacob Graham, and I don't know if you folks around the Horseshoe have had an opportunity to meet him, but he's been extremely generous with his time and helping an old dog find his way around a new organization. And he's a very bright young man, and I think if he represents the future of Norfolk County, you're in good shape. There is one other person I want to acknowledge, and it's actually a former staffer for the County of Norfolk, and that's a fellow named Jordan Sanders. Jordan was largely responsible for the content of the plan that you see in front of you today. I think he did an extraordinary job, especially considering the fact that he was primarily working by himself. These plans are generally created with the help of consultant teams, and Jordan did a pretty excellent job. So I just want to give him credit for that. And so if I can ask the clerk to advance the slide there. So this is the agenda for today. I do want to just take a minute to talk about the ancestry of the regulation, where it came from and where we're headed. A 101 about what asset management actually is, the approach that we're taking here in Norfolk County, and then we've got some detailed information for you about the actual value of our assets right now and the like. So next slide, please. So the asset management regulation was approved in 2017. And one of the key milestones, the first key milestone for the regulation was for all municipalities to approve a strategic asset management policy. And you can see by the green check mark there that Norfolk County was compliant in that regard. And in July of 2019, the policy was approved. The core asset management plan is what is before you today, and clearly looking for approval of that. Next year, we will be in front of you again in early July. We'll be looking for all assets and defining the current level of service, and that again will require council approval. And just a note to say that core assets are not defined by municipalities. It's actually defined by the regulation. I know sometimes, emergency services or other groups look at what core services are, and they might disagree with the regulation says, but that's not, that's defined by the province. And so that's what's before you today. July 1st, 2025, I would argue is where the rubber might hit the road for council decisions, because that's where proposed levels of service have to be approved by councils. And that could have a pretty dramatic effect on budgets, depending on what direction council might want to go. But we've got some time to think about that, and we've got some work to do between now and then to not only help you better understand the process, but also engage with the public to get their sense of what they'd like to see. Next slide, please. So what is asset management? It's in some ways it's a little bit kind of abstract because it's a system of policies and practices and resources that when you bring them all together, what you do is you identify what the municipality owns, where it is. And I think most people would assume that we already know that. But it also includes understanding what the current value is, what the condition it's in, and then developing capital and rehabilitation plans to achieve whatever level of service you've designated for that particular service. Identifying proposed levels of service. Demand and decommissioning speaks to the future and what you see is growth in your community and where you might need to construct infrastructure in order to service that growth. And then looking for opportunities where you might actually be able to decommission and get rid of some of your facilities to save money. In the 5 months that I've been here, I would say the early observations that I make with respect to where we are with respect to asset management is it's driven really primarily by data. So having good quality data, having it available, having software programs that you can use to manipulate the data and model things. And it's one of the risks that I would say most municipalities face, and I think I see that here in Norfolk County as well. We've got some work to do on actually getting the good data and then putting it into software programs and models that we understand and that can provide the information that we need to make strategic decisions. Next slide, please. I thought it might be useful to include this slide. So what you see before you here, a lot of the tools that I've taken advantage of have been developed by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and this is an example of one of them. This is just a little model, a very simple one, to identify where your organization is from a capacity and from a sophistication perspective. And so what you see in that radar plot there is the results from my answers to the questions that are put forward in this model. And ideally, what you'd like to see is that entire radar plot be full of dark blue. And I only present this to council today and to committee to identify where we are today. This is a journey, and my hope is that every year when we're before you, you're going to see more and more blue on that radar plot until it's completely filled out. But as you can, glean from the chart in front of you, we've got a lot of work to do, and it really is a bit of a gatepost for us to look back at as we proceed on this journey of asset management. Next slide. So one of the things that I was optimistic about is the approach that the senior leadership team here in Norfolk County approved when I was before them in the spring. And I'm a systems-oriented person, so that was what I proposed to SLT, and they agreed with me. And so we're taking a systems approach to this. And so part of the system or part of the structure here is to have a variety of different things like steering committees, working groups, policies and procedures, terms of reference for those committees, and then really defining roles and responsibilities. And any of you who may be familiar with quality management systems, you may know that these are really key elements to any quality management or environmental health and safety management system. And so that's the approach that we're taking. And again, I leaned on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to provide some guidance here. And you'll see those the 5 cubes there identify the different elements of any management system that should be used for asset management. I must admit that when I was listening to committee today, when you were in camera, I was listening to some of the, for lack of a better way to describe it, the advertisements that you run when you're in committee or in camera, sorry. And I heard the mayor talking about the strategic plan, and it was nice to hear her advocate for the strategic plan. And I think the connection that I make, and the reason that I'm mentioning it, is when you take a systems approach to this, staff at the front line and staff throughout the organization can see themselves in your strategic plan. I've been around long enough to know that strategic plans get approved. Sometimes they get put on the shelf and then they collect dust for the next 4 or 8 years, whatever. But when you take a systems approach to this, you create a line of sight between the staff that are actually doing the work and your strategic plan. So I think it brings the plan to life for staff, and staff can see their own efforts in the plan. So just another reason to I guess, to advocate for a systems approach, and that's the path we're on right now. So I'm excited about that. I think it was the right decision. Next slide, please. So roles and responsibilities and the terms of reference. So this is the terms of reference for the steering committee. And the steering committee, as a reminder, is the senior leadership team for the organization. And the messages and the elements of that for the senior leadership team is to guide and develop and approve the plans. I will be reporting to the SLT on a regular basis, probably quarterly, if not sooner, depends on what's needed. But SLT will become champions of the program. They'll be visible champions and providing advice and guidance to not only the working group, but to me. One of the roles that may be more challenging for SLT when you're going to be a champion of something like this, it's not just about being a cheerleader. It's about making sure that your staff have the time and the resources to meet with me and to do the work that's necessary in order to make the plan a success and the system a success. And so very pleased that SLT has shown support for that, and looking forward to getting them involved more visibly as we go forward with this. Next slide. This is just an example of the structure of the working group. I've already had an opportunity to meet with the working group. At the risk of sounding too Pollyanna, I think that they're pretty excited about this. I think they see the value in not only the systems approach, but the asset management philosophy. And so looking forward to working with them. I think the graphic that's on your screen really illustrates that this has to be across the entire organization. Asset management touches every part of the organization, and I think that's reflected in the working group. Next slide, please. So this is one of the main events of the presentation, I guess, for today. We have actually updated all of the financial information with respect to the value of the assets. Now, again, this is just core assets, and the value has escalated, I would say, a fair bit. I don't think it's news to anybody that over the last 2 or 3 years, the consumer price index has increased pretty significantly. And I would say for non-residential building construction, it's probably doubled or tripled what we see in just a normal consumer price index. So that's inflated some of the values here, but it's illustrating that not only are the value of our assets increasing, but the cost to replace them is going to increase as well. So not to bring bad news, but that's certainly going to be one of the challenges as we move forward with the program. Next slide, please. I borrowed this graphic from the Canadian Infrastructure Report Card, and it's a theoretical calculation that merely takes the value of your assets, the estimated service life, and then allows you to do a simple calculation to figure out what do you need to spend on an annual basis to make sure that you're driving towards sustainability. I would say there's flexibility in this chart. There's nothing hard and fast about it, but it certainly gives you a sense of the scale of what we're talking about here. I would draw your attention to the second column that says ESL years. That's the estimated service life for each one of those categories of assets. The third column reflects what we think the value of our assets are here in Norfolk County. And then I've run 3 different kind of scenarios there with respect to what we might need to spend on an annual basis. And certainly the road program is the biggest one. And you can see that the estimated service life for any particular road is 20 to 40 years. We know in practice that that's not realistic, that it's rare that a road gets replaced at the 40-year mark. And there's a number of other interventions that can happen with a segment of road that can extend its service life. But again, this just gives you a theoretical calculation and a sense of the scale of the kind of values that we're talking about. Next slide, please. One of the things that I neglected to do at my introduction was mention that Amy's actually going to drive some of the presentation today. And so I think the next 3 slides are Amy. So I'm going to hand it over to Amy.
Thanks, Dan. I know everybody's really surprised I stuck my nose into the asset management presentation, but I just have a few slides. So what you're seeing here on the top portion of the slide is just a quick screenshot from our 2023 to 2032 capital plan. So the total value of that capital plan was just $837 million. And the plan that comes forward in a couple of weeks is going to be higher than that. But I think what's key to take away from this is that in that plan, $474 million was identified as asset management needs. So that's just replacing assets, but only 402 million of the funding in that plan is coming from reserves and reserve funds. So our ideal funding strategy for replacement would be to save up in your reserve funds, and then replace the assets. It's just demonstrating that we're falling short and that we're not keeping up. So that level of funding isn't sustainable. So we're going to have to look at other options going forward as we refine our data and move further down the asset management process. Have the next slide, please. So this slide is one, this graphic we've put together. You saw it in our September report with our new reserve fund policy, and it's going to come forward again with a couple of our other documents you'll see in the next little bit. Just demonstrating our path toward financial sustainability at a high level. So we have created an asset management function. We've been working with Dan, as you noted. We've developed a reserve policy, so that's the one that came forward in September. We did a lot of cleanup work there. And so here we have our draft core asset management plan coming forward. And then going forward to phase 2, we're going to add the non-core assets. And then we're going to look at our capital financing policies and come forward with strategies on how to close the gap. And then we're going to be integrating those practices into our future budget cycles. And so that's just high level, the process that we're going to be following as we move forward. Next slide, please. And this one, just at a high level, some risks in the plan, as with any plan. So one is non-compliance. And so there's the possibility of losing funding or continuing the plan and continuing forward as we have been in absence of a plan and not moving towards closing the gap. Reliance on existing external funding. So right now we rely on external funding to help us to close the gap in a number of ways. So one of those things is debt. The other things that we rely on are interest from our legacy fund, our OSIF, and gas tax to help us to fund projects. So if any of those funding streams were to change, we're not able to make up that difference. Those are some of the risks that we're identifying from that side. And lastly, if we start to defer out projects, then we're going to have greater financial risk on costs for asset failure and increased maintenance and all those kinds of items. So those are some high-level risks that we've identified, and we'll keep those in mind as we go forward and try to quantify and bring that information as we move into phase 2. I think that's it for me. Back over to you.
Thanks, Amy. So last slide, we're looking for approval of the asset management plan that's before you today. One thing I thought it might be worth mentioning is that approval of the plan today does not alter any of the budgets that you've already approved. I do think the tougher decisions are going to be in the future, likely in 2025 when you have to land on proposed levels of service, but you'll be well prepared for that. So looking for approval of the plan today, and happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. That was pretty detailed as well. That's my old premise of if it's broke, you fix it. If it's not broke, we don't fix it. It's not going to work here. Anyway, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I think question to both our staff. When I read through the plan, I see there's quite a few items in. They're good for for another 10 to 20 years. But I also understand like the process to change or fix or replace some of those major capital assets. That process itself takes about 5 years from start to finish. So that doesn't leave us a whole lot of time to get our financial house in order or our long-term vision in order, does it really? Or did I misread something in there?
Through you, Madam Chair. No, I think you've got it. Some of the bigger projects that might require environmental assessments or other material changes at the actual facility, sometimes they can take 5 to 10 years. And so this is a longer range plan. And this is going to be the challenge for not just Norfolk County. I don't think there's anything unusual about the situation here in Norfolk County when you compare it to most municipalities. But you are right; it is a longer term strategy, but it needs attention in the near term. There's no question.
All righty. Are there any further questions? It's a very detailed and in-depth. It's pretty hard to, like I said, when it's not light reading, that's for sure. So, any further questions? If not, I'm going to check to see the, oh, Councillor Michelle, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree. I want to commend staff. This is a very thorough and very explanatory report, and I really have an increased understanding now about the critical nature of this plan and how we have to approach all of these items, very strategically. So, with that, Madam Chair, I would move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can I get a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councillor Brunton, any further discussion or debate? If not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, 8.4 Operation Division. We have no staff reports. We're moving on to 8.5 Corporate Services Division and 8.5.1. That would be Heidi.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to actually turn this one over to Rob Fleming, our Manager of Revenue Services and our tax collector, to introduce this report.
We have to talk to the tax collector. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thanks, Amy. So the report that we have in front of you today, the main purpose of it is to kind of provide some information to council on some optional property tax policy items that have been recently introduced or have been introduced for quite some time, but have not been reviewed by council. For the most part, they are for information purposes only, except for the one for the industrial commercial vacant excess land that we'll get to. So the four main items that we're reviewing as part of this report are the optional small business subclass, the optional tax on vacant residential units, the municipal accommodations tax, and as I mentioned, the industrial and commercial vacant excess land subclass discount. Staff have received a few inquiries about each of these different items over the last little bit, so we thought it'd be prudent to take the opportunity to bring a report forward for council. We presented it as policy briefs that are attached to the report themselves so that interested individuals can have the summarized information available for them should they choose to access the information. 3 out of the 4 items, so the optional small business subclass, the vacant residential unit tax, and the municipal accommodation tax, don't have any recommendations associated with this report. The final one is the subclass discount. Staff are recommending as part of this report that we initiate the process of phasing out the subclass discount with the main objective of obviously helping develop some underutilized vacant excess commercial industrial land within the community itself. Just as context as well, currently that subclass provides a discount of 30% to eligible properties, which is determined by MPAC annually. This amount is in essence funded from other taxpayers within the county. There's some more information about each of these 4 items included in the report. I'm happy to take any questions that council may have for it.
Thank you. Is there any questions? I have a question. Okay, my question is, when you're looking at a recommendation for eliminating subclass, what would the number be there? Like, what are we talking about? How many properties would be into that subclass?
Yeah, through the chair. So the number of properties I don't have in front of me currently, but in terms of tax shift applicable to the properties, we're looking at about $200,000 annually, which is about 80-90% funded from the residential base currently.
So the total amount would probably be around 200,000 is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not.
We have about $30 million in assessed value.
Okay.
Vacant in excess land subclass.
Okay, I get it. Okay. Any further questions? If not, can I get a motion? Do I have a motion to accept the staff recommendation? I can, Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Am I good with that? I thought I saw movement, so. I mean. Okay, with that, I'll ask a question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I going to you, Heidi, or are we going to Amy? We're going to Amy. Okay, Amy?
Thank you, and through the chair to council. This report before you today is seeking approval to move forward with the implementation of the acceptance of surety bonds as a security on development agreements. And that staff will also report back to council with an update on the use and any successes or challenges that we move into as we start to implement these. So surety bonds, for a little bit of background, have existed for a number of years, but they weren't routinely accepted by municipalities in the past. They were quite rigid, and municipalities used to bear a burden of proof anytime they would draw on them. And municipalities always felt like that was too administratively burdensome, so they weren't accepted historically. But these bonds have evolved over the years, and they're now actually quite customizable to the point where municipalities can dictate like the exact language that they want to receive in a bond from a surety provider. And so more than 20, I think we're up to 24 or 25 municipalities in Ontario are now accepting these forms of security for various types of development applications. So we're looking for, we've reached out to other municipalities, we've reached out to surety providers, we've done some good research, and we believe that we can move forward with these and reduce the risk for Norfolk County, similarly to how we do with our current forms of security, which are letters of credit and certified check. And so we would treat these bonds much the same way that we do those other types of securities. So there's no additional cost for us to hold them. There's no additional administrative burden for us to handle them other than what we're currently doing now. So we'd have to work with external legal in order to make sure that we are confirming the wording that would be included in the bonds. And we'd be looking to work with our colleagues in community development as well to roll this out in the most applicable way. And with that, we're to take any questions that council may have on this one.
Councillor Brunton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Amy. Amy, this means we will still accept letters of credit and certified checks?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct.
Okay, and the reason I say that, bonding, I'm sure a lot of people can't get bonds for smaller projects. Can I ask you the Carolyn Tower project, about 130,000. What kind of security did we have on that? And I apologize for my back being to you, but you remember, what would you have had for that? Was it 130 or 40 grand? What kind of security would we get?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, so we do accept performance bonds on contracted services jobs now, and then we also take a holdback depending on the size and the nature of the construction work. And I see that Mr. Grice has stepped out. I'm not 100% certain the amount of securities that would have been held on that specific project, but that's something that we could certainly get and come back to council with.
Well, no, I just, it's not that important, I guess, but the thing with that I didn't see in there, letters of credit that have been used for some time, they're like, the funds are frozen in your account, and it's not as if you can the person that issues that letter of credit say you can invest that letter of credit while it sits under frozen state. You follow me on that? You can get case in point 3 years at say 5%, even though that money's frozen. Whereas a bond, you pay for a bond by so much per thousand. And I just wonder if going to the bonding thing is really going to make much difference for us. I know how it works for the bigger construction projects, like with all the different types of bonds they get, but I'm not sure this bonding be the answer to difficult to collect on.
So through the chair to council, these bonds would be on development applications. So when a developer comes in with, a subdivision application, for example, right now they have to submit a certified check or a letter of credit. And that is so that if certain works as part of that development application aren't completed by the developer, then the county can draw on that letter of credit to go and complete the work. And so that would be kind of what we'd be looking to do here. And you're correct. So right now, the letter of credit, it essentially freezes those funds in the developer's account. So it doesn't allow them to utilize those funds to reinvest into other projects or into the success of the project that they're working on. And that's what we're hearing from the development community, is that they'd like to have the freedom to utilize that working capital a little bit more efficiently. And you're also correct. It's a thorough vetting process that developers have to go through in order to receive the ability to issue surety bonds. So the surety bond provider would vet the developer, and they'd have to submit project success rates and financial statements and forecasted actuals and budgets and all of those things in order to qualify to issue a surety bond to us. And so we've reached out to other municipalities, and the need to draw on the security on this type of application is very low. I think in my history with the county, I've done one ever. So it's few and far between that we need to draw on these types of securities. And so the experience with other municipalities out there drawing on a surety bond is low. The one municipality I've talked to who has had to draw on it had no issues. And because we can customize the wording in the bonds now, we can include words like that refute the holder's ability to oppose payment, or that they must be treated like cash, or that they, we can work with legal to kind of include some of that terminology now, where municipalities weren't able to do that in the past. Sorry, long-winded answer, but I hope that provided some information.
So I'm clear, letters of credit and certified checks will still be acceptable.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus?
In recent times, I have been asked twice why we did not accept surety bonds, and so I would be pleased to move the recommendation.
I have a mover on the floor. Do I have a seconder? Seconder is Councillor Van Passen. Just make a quick comment. You're making me feel better for the risk factor on these particular types of bonds, so I'm feeling more confident with that. Any further questions? If not, I'll call the vote. If not, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. All righty. That takes care of Amy. You're finished on that end. We're moving on to 8.5.3, which is the interurban water supply. And that's coming out. Heidi, you're on this one as well. And anybody else? Oh, Amy, it's to you. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm just going to switch gears and grab my other information here. Okay. So thank you and to council. We have now completed our financial feasibility study on the interurban water supply program. We have a lot of information to cover today, and there's a team of people that have been working on this analysis for the better part of the year. We're going to do our best to present it to you as succinctly as possible. So we have myself, I have Rob Fleming, our Manager of Revenue Services, and Jacob Graham, our Supervisor of Financial Initiatives and Planning as well. And if I could have the next slide, please. So the purpose of bringing this forward today is threefold. One, we want to present the final version of the Hempstead Interurban Water Supply Feasibility Study and cover some of the information about the study, what was included, excluded, and how the study should be used to help guide decision making. Two, we want to inform council about the financial impact on Norfolk now and into the future of the various program options, grant funding options, and financial pressures associated with each option. And three, we want to recommend a path forward for the interurban water supply program so that Norfolk can begin to move the program forward in earnest. Next slide, please. So today we're going to cover the outcomes of the study, the background of the project, what we've been working on with Hempstead Consulting Inc., who's the consultant that worked on the feasibility study with us. And then we're going to do an introduction to the report. So I'll run through a few slides and then Rob's going to go through some as well. And then we'll talk about the recommendations that are before council today. Slide, please. So Norfolk County Finance staff have many, many hours devoted to the results that are coming forward for council review and discussion today. We'd like to thank Mariana and the EIS team for participating in the process with us and working through the detailed and intricate modeling exercises, and the community development team for their engagement with us as we worked through a number of growth projection scenarios as well. In Q2 of 2022, the finance team started to become involved in the program in a more thorough way, and we started researching the details, the evolution of the project, delving into past reports and meeting with the EIS team. It became clear that this analysis was going to be more complicated than our team had the capacity to undertake on our own. So in Q3, we initiated the procurement for consultants to assist with the IEWS financial study, and we began working with Hemson Consulting Limited. In Q4, we had initial review meetings with Hemson discussing the project, the various approaches that could be used, and sharing all of the information, including council reports, former studies, and draft capital plans. It was also necessary to hold many detailed meetings with an internal staff team to understand all of the assets to be included in the study, the current value, the remaining useful life of these assets, as well as the projects and the new assets that would be required to be constructed as part of the program. Flipping the calendar over to 2023, we began to hold bi-weekly meetings with Halton County Finance team, where we went through every line of the operating budget and the finance side, and each asset required to be shared that is within Halton County. We've agreed to cost sharing methodologies on most items, and we're hoping to bring a formal water supply agreement forward to council for consideration in Q4. So in summary, we've been working with Halton County. We've been looking at our asset management plan considerations. We've been working with Hemson to deliver a complex feasibility study. We've initiated a new contract with Watson to look at life cycle costing. We've done additional water modeling to look at the impact of Norfolk flows on the assets within Halton County. We've done many reviews and estimate changes, and we have no dedicated resource in financial management and planning to undertake that work. So we've been doing that as a side project. Next slide, please. So before we dive into the analysis, I just wanted to overview for our council the various phases and the items that are included in the program in order to realize the full build out. So what you see before you is in 2023 dollars. That includes engineering, each phase of the connection, each phase of upgrades required in Norfolk, and the decommissioning costs of the Norfolk assets for a grand total of $450 million. I want to highlight a couple of key things on this slide before we move on. One is that these costs are estimates at this time. As more engineering work is completed and as more details become known, these values will change. We've recently learned that some of the estimates for certain upgrades later phases in the project might be low, but it was too late to include any changes in the study at that point in time. There are also some pieces of transmission and storage assets that may require upsizing later or have flow impacts, which are still under investigation. And I know I already said it, but I'm going to say it one more time. So these estimates are in 2023 dollars. As we all know, and we've seen recently, the passage of time will change those costs due to inflationary, economic, and supply chain issues that we have no control over. So if we could go to the next slide, and I'm going to hand things over to Mr. Fleming.
Thanks, Amy. So as indicated in the report, there was a few different options that were analyzed by staff through the Hemson model. Hemson undertook a review of the delivery timeline and built out models for each option. The first option that was prepared was the full IEWS build out, which is the accelerated, based on the accelerated delivery plan. So many of the phases would occur in the next 10 years. Option 2 was the full IEWS build out, but on a decelerated plan. So many of there would be later phases of the project that would take place closer to the end of the forecast period, which for the purposes of this study went out to 2052. Option 3 was a hybrid approach, which included phase 1 of IEWS only and looked at upgrades to existing facilities to accommodate growth as well as asset renewal. And option 4 that was presented looked at the Norfolk solution only, as it's called. So that would be no IEWS for purposes of the study. So once we had the options for the delivery timelines presented in our financial feasibility study, what staff did is layered on different grants or options and scenarios. So these are range from option A, which is 0%, all the way up to 66%. Their option C, with B being 33% in the middle. So next slide, please. So based on each combination, we were able to put together the following table, which summarizes the average rate revenue requirements each year out to 2033, which is going to be the below table. As part of the study, we did go out all the way to 2052 for the purposes of this presentation report. We only went up to 2033 as the rate increases after that point remain somewhat consistent regardless of what option is chosen. So as you would expect, the option 1, which has the accelerated build out of IEWS, has the higher rate increases in the first few years of our plan. And then obviously depending on the level of grant, the amount of annual revenue increases decrease proportionally. With this one, I would just want to note as well, for the purposes of this table, we only looked at option 4A as well, which would be the no IWS scenario and no grants, just because any grants under basic rehab of the existing infrastructure would be ad hoc and not be, we wouldn't be able to submit an overarching program for any external grant funding. Under option 3 as well, you'll note that the rate increases remain are the same regardless of what granting scenario is chosen. This is primarily because when you're looking at IUWS phase 1 only, you only apply the grant levels against the IUWS components only for the same reasons as option 4. Anything for existing infrastructure would be ad hoc, it not be under one aggregate application for external funding. So based on that, the rate increases were somewhat similar. What is being recommended as part of this report is option 2C, which is pulled on the table, which has rate increases, the lowest under the scenarios. And for the first few years until 2033, the average annual revenue requirement increases would be at 8%. Slide. So in terms of what option 2 provides for us, really is looking at phase 1. So that would be consistent under any of the options chosen, and that would have a build out from 2024 to 2027. That would include the Townsend to Simcoe connection. Phase 2, which would be the Nanticoke to Port Dover connection, would take place in 2041 to 2044. Phase 3 would take place from 2041 to 44 as well, and it would include the connections from Simcoe to Delhi and Waterford. Phase 4 would take place a few years later from 2043 to 46 and would include the Port Dover to Port Rowan connection. And the final phase, which would complete the full loop of infrastructure, would be 2048 to 2051, which would include the Port Rowan to Delhi connection. So one of the major considerations from a financing perspective that we wanted to highlight as part of this presentation, which is further detailed in the report itself, is Norfolk County's overall debt pressures. So what we analyzed what our projected annual repayment would be under each of the delivery options as well as the grant scenarios. So just as a point of reference, I suppose, the annual repayment limit is a calculation that we perform fairly regularly, which looks at how much we spend each year on servicing our existing debt, so principal and interest payments, over our annual own source revenue. So how much revenue Norfolk County generates on its own. So we from levy, rate requirements, and user fees. So for context, the province has established that no municipality can go above 25%. Norfolk County also has an internally imposed annual payment limit of 15%, which was established in 2019. While the province does permit municipalities to go up to 25%, I don't think anyone would be recommending that we approach that level because we would significantly limit flexibility to accommodate other projects. And if there's changes to this project or costing estimates associated with our own project, it would put significant pressure on that. So as you can see with the chart, option 2C provides the greatest flexibility in terms of our overall debt and does target us at our internal limit of 15%. I think what the key message here that we want to present with this slide is that regardless of what option is chosen, significant pressures are anticipated. Yeah. Regardless of if IEWS happens, I think we're fairly confident saying that significant rehabs will be required at our existing plants regardless. So we would anticipate significant pressures going on. So that kind of sets the stage in terms of what Norfolk County's affordability levels are. But I also want to highlight as well what our targeted increases are for what the residential taxpayer would look at. So what we did here to determine residential affordability is we looked at what the projected water rate increases would be and layered on assumptions associated with wastewater and property tax increases over the next 5 years. The water increases that are summarized in this table are under option 2C. which is the recommended approach for IEWS implementation. And a common metrics that we see in municipalities use is overall tax burden as a percentage of household income. So what we did was we mapped it out, and from where we are currently sitting at 5.38%, we're anticipating that to increase to 6.8% over the next 5 years. Just for context as well, Norfolk County also participates in an annual BMA study, which looks at about 100 or so municipalities, which calculate the same percentages. So in terms of what BMA provides, they classify 5% as being in the high category. So further diverging from increasing being in the high category to begin with. And I think it's also just important to note this as well, while we're the subject of this report in particular is on water, the wastewater and property tax ones are estimates in terms of what we think will be required in the future. Obviously, that will be refined as we come forward with a more fulsome rate study in the next few years for both water and wastewater combined, and as we get a better handle on our asset management requirements for on the levy side. Okay, next slide. So as summarized in the report, there are a variety of financial risks that have been summarized. The one in particular, the first one on the list that we wanted to highlight is the cost estimate. So as Amy noted previously, any change in cost estimates at this point as a result of inflation or if, as more detailed engineering becomes complete for the project, will have significant impacts on the rate increases as well as our overall debt burden. So in concert with that, we have to look at the interest rates, fluctuations in any of the population growth. Small changes in any of those when we're talking about a project of this nature would have significant impacts on the projected rate increases going forward and their overall residential affordability. So while we are finalized our feasibility study for IEWS, our finance work does not stop here. Previous reports on IEWS have focused on primarily on the engineering side in terms of what they need weekly. So we thought it would be helpful just to summarize some of the next steps from a financing perspective. So depending on how the option is chosen and in terms of delivery and in grant scenarios, we look at incorporating that into our 2024 capital plan. We'd also have to look at start monitoring our cash flow in terms of investment portfolio and start initiating those debt applications with Infrastructure Ontario so that we can make sure that when it's time to put shovels in the ground, we have the funding lined up already in terms of construction financing or long-term debentures. There's also a few other steps in the middle there, but I also just want to skip down to the end of the list, and that is the rate study. So as I kind of alluded to earlier, this is a feasibility study looking at water only. There are many components to a rate study that are contemplated as part of this feasibility study, including the wastewater side. So staff from the finance area in coordination with our EIS group, we'll be looking at completing a fulsome rate study for water and wastewater in 2024 to be initiated, which again, completing some point thereafter. And then from an ongoing council reporting requirements, I think what the expectation would be is that we would be reporting back and fairly regularly in terms of our ongoing monitoring analysis of our debt ratios. So with that, I'll pass it back out over to them.
Thanks, Rob. So I just wanted to run through the recommendations that are before council today. Obviously, that the report we received is information. Second, that staff be directed to proceed with the IEWS program delivery option 2C with construction for each phase commencing when external grant commitments have been confirmed and finalized. That council endorse and approve in principle option 2C water rate annual percentage increases contained within the Hempson Financial Feasibility Study as summarized in Table 4, starting for the 2024 budget year. That council delegate the execution of Phase 1 Nanticoke Water Treatment Plant upgrades and the engineering agreement with Halton County to the Chief Administrative Officer. That Norfolk County financial management and planning staff continue to explore alternate financing options with provincial and federal agencies, which may include additional external grants or funding county share of sales tax, property tax levy funding of water rates, declaring all Norfolk-owned water treatment plants as municipal capital facilities, the possibility of utility pension fund corporation financing or other municipal land transfer tax. And that council acknowledges that the magnitude of the investment required for both water and wastewater related infrastructure will limit county investments in other core and non-core infrastructure over the short, medium, and long-term time horizons without significant changes in the amount of assets managed or significant service level adjustments. And that's everything that we had today, but we're happy to take any questions that council may have.
Another intense study. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I know that you've matched it to percent of household income, the increase 5.38%. But what I'm interested in is what would in our rate budget, what would the rate be over and above the 2023 year? How much do we expect water and sewer to increase over the 2023 rate budget that we set? That's what people are going to be interested in.
Yeah, through the chair. So, excuse me, in that table as well, in the presentation, the first two lines look at the water, which is based on the study itself. And then the wastewater one is the estimate that we're looking at staff. So currently in 2023, $718 is for water and $818 is for wastewater. And we look at progressing over the next 5 years to 1180. Or 1108, sorry, and 1303 for water and wastewater, respectively.
What's that percentage wise? I guess that's what I'm looking for.
So, from a percentage perspective, through the chair, we'd be looking at for water that's under 2C. So, the rate requirements would be 12% for increase for 24, 14% for 2025, and 8% for 2026. And they'd be fairly level from there out to 2033. And see a slight reduction beyond 2033 to 2052. For wastewater, what we ended up doing was, we know that there's some significant pressures coming in our wastewater infrastructure as well. We took a similar approach in terms of the rate increases that we're projecting over the first 5 years of the plan.
In other words, if somebody asks, it's going to be 12% over the 2023 rate. And that's just water.
That's correct.
Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted a little bit of clarification on a couple of these recommendations. So I'm very clear here. The last one I read here, at least on the tablet, says the approved capital budget will be amended by $6 million to include engineering for phase 1. Now, if we approve this, is that money going to be spent with or without any financial grants, period? In the province? That money will be spent?
Through the chair to council, that's correct. And I apologize. I think I missed including that recommendation in my presentation. So thank you for bringing it up. Yes, that $6 million would be spent regardless in order to keep the program moving forward. That's correct.
I don't know. And I assume is a debenture on top of what our debt is now.
That's correct. Through the chair, that's correct. That would be an additional debenture to issue.
Can you tell me roughly where we will be debt starting 2024?
Through the chair to council, starting in 2024, we will be like January 1, 2024, we'll be just north of 85 million.
Okay, what about all the projects that we are doing now, like, and the parts of them are debentured? When do we surpass, you mentioned to me earlier, the 100 million?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, it is my estimation at this time that we will have in excess of $100 million in outstanding debt in 2024. Correct.
And that doesn't include projects that are scheduled for 2024. That would, I assume, be projects that are in the works now in 2023 that haven't been finalized.
Through the chair to council, that's correct. There are a number of outstanding projects for which debt has not yet been issued, and those would likely take us over the $100 million mark.
Okay. On the one motion here refers to, and I guess it says, I guess it's the next one up, it says investments required for both water and wastewater related to infrastructure will limit county investments in core and non-core infrastructure over the short term, medium, and long term horizons. And that, the other words on the end there, but can you expand on that at all based on what you know about capital or rate budget? Can you expand on that at all?
Yeah, through the chair to council. So the capital budget's going to be coming forward on October the 25th to council, and that will include a lot more detail. But at a high level, what I can tell you that we're trying to get at with that recommendation is that we want to make sure council's aware that there are significant investments required in water and wastewater infrastructure, and they're going to eat up a lot of the debt capacity and a lot of the capacity of residential affordability that won't be able to be spent on other things because we're spending them on water and wastewater. So that debt capacity, that 15% limit that we have is total debt and total own source revenue. It's not specific to whether the debt is funded by one particular source or another.
Okay, my last question, I think during the slide presentation, 54 million or 64 million for phase one, was that from Nanticoke to Simcoe? 54 or 64? On the slide, I can't recall it. 64? And is that, so I'm clear, that will not proceed without funding?
Through the chair to council, so the 64 million is for the connection, but phase one also requires 45 million in upgrades at the Nanticoke water treatment plant. So total phase one, 110, and that will not proceed unless funding is received as per option 2C. That's correct.
Amount of funding we will need 66%, 33%.
Through the chair, that's correct. It's been set at 66% funding from federal government.
What's the balance? Out of formula there. What's the balance if we get 66%? How many million you got left to pay ourselves?
Through the chair to council.
37 million.
Yeah, through the chair, it's 72.6 million in funding for 66%. That's correct. We built 37 million.
That will be on top of.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus, Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Six Nations and Haldeman paying into the Nanticoke treatment plant upgrade? Is that's over and above the 45 million, I take?
Through the chair to council, that's correct. The numbers before you were dedicated for Norfolk.
Councillor Duffy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, staff, thank you for your work on this. I realize this was a very time-consuming endeavor and a lot of detail, so thank you for that. I just want to maybe seek clarification on slide 10, I think it is, on the resident affordability concerns. And Robbie, I think you did a good job of explaining it. I just want to confirm that what we're suggesting is that the water rate would go from 718 to 1108 in that period of time, from 2023 to 2028. Did I interpret that correctly, or are we saying it will incrementally go up even more?
Through the chair, so that would be what the projected amount would be for the average residential usage, would increase from 718 to 1108 in the period of 2023 to 2028.
And just how do we determine what the average usage is? What's that based on?
For the purposes of this table, we looked at 200 cubic meters per year. We chose that primarily because it was what the VMA study uses as part of their metrics is 200 cubic meters per year for residential property. What we typically see is around 144 based on our averages, so slightly less. But for comparative purposes, we went with the 200 cubic meters.
So just to reiterate what you said there, so we used an average of 200, which is what the BMA study would suggest, but in Norfolk County, it's around 140.
Yeah, that's correct, about 144.
Councillor Van Passen, then Councillor Brutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are spending a lot of time looking at the cost of the interurban water supply system, but very seldom is it mentioned what the cost of not implementing that is. I noticed on the do nothing option or the Norfolk option, the rate increases are actually higher than what is projected by this one. The debt levels increase to a higher level than this one. And yeah, I don't know if staff want to explain a little bit of the upgrades that are required with the existing that will cost us the same or more amount of money than replacing it with a new system. But I don't know if that's a question or comment, but I also comment on the affordability concerns. I'm not on town water and sewer, and I would trade these prices for what it costs me to run my own well and septic. I did the math on it too, and it costs more than $1,500 a year to have a septic system and a well system and service them, and pay 4 times as much when you got to take the stuff to the septic takeaway, and you got to pay more to buy in water. But you know, nobody wants an increase, but probably why we're in the problem we are. We haven't been in the past. They haven't charged enough to set aside money for that replacement, even though you know it's coming. So one way or the other, it's going to cost this much money. Thank you.
Who do I have next? Councillor Brutton.
Yeah, I just wonder, you know, if we don't get the financing, what's our game plan?
El?
Through you, Madam Chair. So part of what we've said all along is that if we don't get the funding, we will be back in front of council. We cannot defer this indefinitely. As I think Councillor Van Passen alluded to, the assets are aging. There's some issues with capacity. There's some issues with being able to not only support our current users, but anticipated new users. So I would suspect that if we don't have confirmation of funding by this time next year, we will likely be in front of council and asking for some direction on how we proceed with some alternative options. It might be that perhaps we've only been able to achieve 33% of a grant. Maybe it's 20%, maybe whatever that number is. As it stands in front of you right now, what we're hoping is we'll be able to get a third from the province and a third from the federal government, and that the Norfolk would pay its third. If for whatever reason that ratio is not being able to be achieved, we will be back in front of council and be looking at alternative options on how we proceed with an option.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, I apologize, Madam Chair. I forgot one question I did have. The $6 million budget adjustment or budget amendment that is part of this draft motion. I would assume that we have to have engineering work done to have a complete application so it can be a shovel-ready project to apply for these grants, correct?
Absolutely.
Yep. Through you, Madam Chair. That was one of the questions that the chair was actually asking earlier as well. That is correct. As we proceed down this path, we will have sunk costs. We've already got a significant amount already in developing the plan that's in front of you today, and we will continue to be investing additional funds in anticipation of a solution coming forward through the help of the provincial and federal government. But doing nothing or deferring that decision until we get confirmation of funding will not be advisable, because then we will probably take 2 or 3 years to get ready once we get funding approved by the other levels of government, and we may not then qualify, because oftentimes these grants have a shelf life, and you got to get shovels in the ground, and the project has to be completed within a certain amount of time. And that is what we're doing here, is getting ready in anticipation of having a full application in front of both levels of government when they announce a new infrastructure stream, so that we will be at the top of the list and being able to be evaluated on a shovel-ready project.
Any further questions? If not, I'm going to have to, I'm sorry. Oh, Councilor Van Passen.
Oh, sorry, that being said, I would be happy to put forth the staff recommendation with one slight little change in paragraph 1, 2, 3, 5, the big long one, right in the middle there, that one of the options is property tax levy funding of water. Want to delete those words from the motion, and then I would present.
So you want to go over that again?
I want to delete the words in the center of the fifth paragraph. Take away the option of property tax levy funding of water rate.
Not seeing that. Yes, I have the report. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. All right. Thoughts?
If I may, on page 1 of 22 on your report, on a series of recommendations that staff have in front of you, the second from the bottom was intended to provide some additional funding options as we move down this path. And it included things such as looking for additional external grants and funding, looking at additional revenue options, looking at the possibility of getting some utility or pension fund financing, municipal land transfer tax as an additional revenue source. And one of the options that was presented was potentially looking at additional property tax levy funding of water rates. I think that's where the councillor is looking to delete that specific portion from the recommendation.
Can't go on the
That's going to be deleted. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to make that motion? Do you have a seconder for that motion to delete that? Oh. Councillor Hoffman, second the motion. All right. I draw blanks in every once in a while. Okay. Any further debate? Yes, Councillor Columbus, then Councillor Duffy.
Yes, I know we have some of the highest water rates right now, but do we have a handle on what our outstanding water, wastewater rates are at this time with respect to the users on the system?
Through the chair to council, I don't have that number in front of us. I can tell you that we've been actively, pursuing tenant arrears onto tax bills as per council's approval of that policy. But in terms of an actual number of outstanding arrears, I don't have that right now, but that is something that we can follow up for council.
Next, I have Councillor Duffy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, I think this is maybe directed to the mover and seconder. I'm curious as to why we would rule that out as even a consideration at this point. Why would we not give staff the opportunity to look for every possible funding source? I just would like more info.
If I could, Madam Mayor, the rate budget is the rate budget. The users of that service pay for it. It's already subsidized by 17% for the fire department. I don't know why I got to pay for fire hydrants in the urban areas, even though they don't run out in front of my house. But it's supposed to be a user pay system. I just can't support the concept of taking the tax dollars of the rustic countryside to support something that they have no use of. Unless they're going to reduce my tax rates equivalent because I have to pay for my own septic, I got to pay for my own well, I got to provide all those services on my own. I get no subsidy from the other taxpayers. So why should it be any different under a user pay system that the rate water and sewer rates are? It's pretty simple, basic stuff to me. So now, I didn't delete the part about, like right now, we actually like to exempt the facilities so that, they're not paying the equivalent of taxes on them. And, I've said before, I would look at, using the legacy fund to do bridge financing and, not worry about that part. But, I got to draw the line somewhere where I'm not going to take tax dollars from the general levy, the whole county, to support a portion of the county for the use of their stuff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments, and I certainly see where you're going. I guess two things that come to mind. I could argue that this investment would benefit all of Norfolk County and not just the rate payers and those that are on municipal water. Assessment growth, various different things that will eventually come in due time as a result of these upgrades. So I think you could certainly argue that. I would also suggest that within the recommendation, all we're doing is giving financial management and planning staff the opportunity to explore all kinds of funding options. And I'm not sure that we should just simply take one off the table at this point in time. I would say let them look at everything and see what's out there. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Van Passen, in listened to or elaborated on my thoughts as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Huffman.
Yeah, I'd just like to expand on that. I certainly understand where Councillor Van Passen's coming from. I'm in the same boat. But I want to make it very clear. I do pay under the tax levy. I pay for all the fire protection, fire halls, firemen, fire trucks. But I also pay, when I come to use the arena, the swimming pool, I pay a premium for that. I have to pay over and above what I pay on my tax bill. Whatever, $4 to swim and $20 to skate. So it's about fairness.
Back to Councillor Van Passen. This will be your second turn under debate.
Well, I just want to follow up on the last comment from Councillor Duthie that that matter of fairness. I want to take it off the table because why should staff waste their time looking at options that I don't believe would be approved by council anyway? It's just that take that one off, explore the rest of them in great detail. But I can't really see myself or the other councillors supporting if they brought forth a proposal that here we'll just fund the whole thing out of the levy and solve all the problems. That would be a lot of waste of time if it just gets turned down. So let's take it off the list first so that they can focus their efforts on something that is more realistic in my mind and just trying to save them a little extra work. So.
Anyway, at the end of the day, if there's no further discussion, I will call the vote after the debate. All those in favor? Yes, we're voting amendments always go first, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's a motion that already had the no, it's a motion that it's a new motion. So it's, no, there's no amendment. He moved the motion with that change deleted out. So we know that that's the intent here, correct? Everyone understands that that's the intent? Okay, let's call it again then. All those. Okay, yeah, just at council. Okay, so you understand, does everyone, you can have a recorded vote anytime you want, so. Seeing that it could be possibly any time, it's not going to hurt to do a recorded vote then, right? We'll do the recorded vote. amendment. It's the way he's made the motion. Okay, so it's clearly his motion. All right? I'm sorry? Okay, if you would clarify that for me, then Madam Clerk.
Sure, through you, Chair. The motion is exactly as the recommendation in the report, with the exception of the words in the 5th paragraph, property tax levy funding of water rates. So those words have been removed in the motion. Otherwise, it's the same as the recommendation in the staff report. Does that help? Okay.
That's clear then? Are we good? No questions on that? I want to make sure that everybody, and do you want that as a recorded vote, Councillor Button? You'll pass on that? All right. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. All right. Thank you very much. That was quite a bit of work there. I'm moving over to the Chief Administrative Officer, Council appointment of the Planning Advisory Committee. Al, this is yours. Shuffling it right along. Madam Clerk. And Tracy's here to present this.
Thank you. Through you to the committee. The Planning Advisory Committee is an advisory committee of council with the purpose of facilitating the exchange of ideas between council and the public with respect to land use planning. The committee is comprised of one member of each of the county's advisory committees, the mayor, and one member of council. Tonight, we're asking for a member of council to be appointed to this committee as they're looking to hold their first meeting next week, October 19th at 5 p.m. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So is there anyone willing to serve on that particular committee? Councillor Van Passen, is there anyone else interested at all? If not, I think we have a nominee. Okay. I don't think we need a vote. We need a motion. Yeah, we do need I'm getting a motion moved by Councillor Brunton to nominate Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Michele. Any further discussion? If not, I call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Van Passen. We have no motions, but we have a notice of motion. So we have two notices of motion today. Councillor Berry, would you like to introduce your motions regarding your policy director?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to go down to what I asked Genevieve to write, and then she can. Essentially, I wanted, it's, I guess, two service things. One, what do we have first here? Okay, so the policies. So I just want the policies of Norfolk County to be available to the public on the website. I think that they should be searchable. I think that the public should have that information. I often find when I'm doing things with the public, I cannot send them the information that would help them, understand why we make the decisions we make, or why they can or cannot do things. And so at this point, I'm asking staff to provide the policies, and in some cases, there's several days. I've had a couple where it's been 2 weeks before I can get a policy back to a member of the public. So if they were just there, it would save me some time, save probably all of us some time at some point, save staff some time in the long run, and it would be certainly in the same vein as the transparency that we say we want to give to the community. So I would like the staff to put some time into making those policies available online. I think that's in line with what a lot of community service organizations do. Certainly the library's policies are all available. A lot of the other groups that I work with, their policies are available. So I think it's strange that I'd like to remedy that as soon as possible.
Would make it easier to navigate as well. I do agree. I need a seconder. No, a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question to Councillor Berry. Does this need to be in the form of a motion? Can we not simply just direct staff to make that change on the website?
It can be, but I don't know how to do that. I certainly can't give direction to staff to do it. So I was hoping that council would say, yeah, that's a priority that we want, and that it could fall to someone who can tell staff to do it. because I can't do it.
Just a question of clarification. I'll ask the clerk. These are notices of motion. So he's just putting his motion on the floor. Are we here to debate it or discuss it? Or is it something that comes up at council meeting? I just want to understand how that works.
Through you, Chair, the motion, the notice was given at the time of publishing the agenda, so we're here to vote on these motions that are on the agenda.
Okay. Really? I didn't appreciate it that way. Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
So the notice of motion, yes, this is a council meeting for a vote. Sorry.
So there is no real advantage in debate today. There would be advantage in it for next week when they come up to council meeting. Correct? I'll go to Councillor Van Passen first and then Councillor Duffy.
I have a couple questions. I think there was a notice of motion at the committee. It would go to the next committee meeting a month from now. Or the mover could request that it move to be dealt with as a motion at council. Or look at the clerk, I think he could ask for a 2/3 vote and deal with it as a motion today if he got a 2/3 approval from council. So that seems like a pretty straightforward thing. So
yeah,
maybe you should ask for a 2/3 vote to waive the rules of order or procedure. And
what's 2/3 of 8?
7, I think.
I'm going to Councillor Duffy, do you have anything that I would sway him one way or another for me to ask him whether he would like to have 2/3 of majority?
Yeah, I have a question that is maybe directed, not so sure necessarily to the mover, but more so to staff. And not that I want to tie anything up more so in red tape or bureaucratic process, but do we need a policy regarding the releasing of policies? In that I'm guessing there may be some that simply can't be, and I'm just wondering if there are things that need to be very clearly identified as what is meant to be available and what is not. I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Councillor Berry. I appreciate the intention of where you're going.
Yeah, clerk, yes, that's who you are. Madam Clerk will speak to that.
Through you, Chair, that's a good question. We have been working on developing a new policy framework for council's approval. That framework will determine how we deal with policies, both internally and externally. So that will include what type of policies come to council for approval, what type of policies can go to the senior leadership team, and they're more administrative in nature and can be approved at that level. So what we would share on the website, starting with revamping that the website to have the most commonly requested ones that are of high interest to the public. That's often fence bylaw, things like that, or policies related to things that the public are dealing with. The policies would be available to the public. I thinking HR policies, things like that wouldn't necessarily be available. Procedures that are pursuant to a policy wouldn't necessarily be public information. They're more standard operating pieces. So other than HR policies, there would be very little that we wouldn't be able to share.
So then, through the chair, I'll ask for the 2/3 majority to deal with it now then, please.
Absolutely, okay. I'm looking, and the motion is, you're making a motion to ask for 2/3 of majority. I don't need a seconder for that, I just asked for. Okay, I need a seconder for that. I just want, okay, Councillor Van Passen, okay, we have it moved, we have seconded. Call the vote. All those in favor of debating this now? Absolutely, it's unanimous. So we're going to go ahead, Councillor Berry.
Okay, so then I will make the motion that for, I don't know how you want to word it, but as long as the policy is not in some way damaging to the county, to have it be public, all other policies should be added to the website and searchable by the public at any time that they can find out how we do what we do, essentially. So I'd like all the policies that we can to be added to the website.
Motion, can I have a seconder for his motion? Seconded by Councillor Michele. Any further debate on this particular motion? If not, Councillor Brunton?
Is that, kind of a task is that for our staff? That's all I like. Is that something that can be done with very little work or?
I'm sure it all takes effort.
Through you, Chair, it will take a tremendous amount of effort. But it's something that we're working on already. It involves a number of our teams working together. So gathering our policies, making sure they're up to date is a process, and then getting that database accessible for the public on the website. So it won't be a quick answer, but it is something that we are working on now and will continue to do so. There will be a fulsome report coming to the November council meeting respecting the policy framework and some next steps on moving forward with those policies as well.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Al first.
I don't want council to think we're being obstructive. Our intent is to go forward. We will post policies. We're just very cognizant. We don't want to post any policies that might have been dated 1997. So we are in the process of updating those policies, and our intent is as we update these policies, we will start putting them on our website to be publicly available. We just don't want to put something that is either outdated or no longer applicable, that it's current. So part of what we're doing, and you'll see in the report coming up next month, is an entire revamped process and framework on all of our policies. Keep making sure that we're going to keep them updated and current on a regular cycle so that we don't run into the situation where we still have outdated policies, bylaws, things of that sort that haven't been kept current. And so just to set council's expectations, we are certainly going to move forward with this, but I don't want council to think that it's just a flip of a switch and we'll be able to do it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go, I have Councillor Huffman next in line, but Councillor Berry, if you have a comment, Huffman, speak first.
Thank you, Chair. I guess, and again, not trying to be difficult, but what about a deferral here until the report comes forward from staff in whatever time frame you said? Because it sounds like we're duplicating information here, and staff are already working on it and have a plan in place. So we should probably wait till they bring forward their report.
Yeah, so certainly I didn't realize that there was 25-year-old policies that we were still operating with. I thought we had, he said 97. So yeah, having learned now that we don't have up-to-date policies, fair enough, let's defer it, I guess.
Need a seconder to defer? Councillor Michelle, all those in favor of deferral? That's approved. Do you have one more?
Maybe. So, working as I do with seniors extensively in the community, I'd like to have council take an advisory committee of seniors to hear their needs and their expectations the same way we do with other sectors. I would say that probably seniors are if we did have this advisory committee, would probably be the largest group represented by one of our advisory groups, and it's strange that we don't hear from them now. So we have accessibility, borderline, but it's not quite the same thing. And so I would like council to direct staff to come back with, do some work on it, see if it makes sense and what it would cost for us to add a senior citizen advisory committee to Norfolk County for the part of the 2024 budget. And I guess I will ask the same thing if we could have a 2/3 to deal with it now, if that's appropriate. I guess we don't have to because we have more time to do it, but yeah, never mind. I won't ask the 2/3. I withdraw that. That's my notice of motion.
So that motion will come up next week at council? Okay, it'll come up for council then. Okay. I don't have to vote on that. We don't have to, no, we're good to go. Thank you, Councillor Berry, for your motions. Moving on to number 11, we have no other business unless we have other business. We have two other business. I'll go first to Councillor Huffman, then Councillor Brutton.
I just wanted to make a comment to Andrew and Mike and his staff on a job done on Colburn Street. It's the first project that I've seen in a long time where there's no cold joints in the pavement. Beautiful job. And the Delhi job too, downtown on Highway 3. Excellent work. Excellent work. I haven't seen the other one. It's not finished yet.
Now you have a high bar. Yeah, compliments to you then. Moving on to Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind the general public and councillors that this weekend in the community of Waterford, we will be celebrating Pumpkin Fest. Festivities start tomorrow, where the children take their carved pumpkins to the pumpkin pyramid. There will be all kinds of activities all weekend, and there's on the Saturday, there's the football game, the parade, the crafts. There's a concert through Amplify Norfolk with the headliners Bedouin Sound Clash. So anyways, I hope that everyone can come out and enjoy some time at Pumpkin Fest.
Thank you very much. Now, moving on to Councillor Michelle, you have a either announcement or other business.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just getting a bit confused about our agenda. We were doing other business and announcements. Announcements is next.
We are
Is that
moving
correct?
on to
Okay.
announcements. Oh, is that a correction of my?
I just want to make sure that we're on the correct part of the agenda. That's fine. No, that's fine. And
Yeah, I have
fine. Just want to
Councillor
make sure.
Councillor Duffy, then Councillor Berry.
Mine's an announcement, so
Well, we
I'll
are
pause
on
for the time
announcements.
being until the chair says we've moved on.
We are on announcements. What is there? Unless you had a. Pardon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to take this opportunity to tip my hat to all of the board of directors, the volunteers, and the staff at the Norfolk County Agricultural Society, also known as the Norfolk County Fair and Horse Show, for an absolutely tremendous event over the past 7 days, ending on Thanksgiving Monday. I think they all did a brilliant job of pulling together our community, highlighting some of the best things that take place in Norfolk County. Everything from Young Canada Day to the Warriors Day Parade to the concerts to the agriculture. It was brilliant, and I think we all did a great job. So just tip my hat to everyone involved there. Thank you as well to them for what they do for our community.
Absolutely. Next, we have Councillor Berry.
Yeah, so starting tomorrow, of course, we have Friday the 13th. I realize it's Thursday tomorrow, but the party starts at the locals. And Friday, of course, is Friday the 13th. I hope that my colleagues around the table will come and have a beer in the Kinsman Beer Tent and help out our local organizations. So thank you very much to Bill and his team for all the work on that, as well as the Kinsman and the Port Dover Board of Trade and everyone else who chips in to make that work. OPP, of course, and emergency services. So hopefully it's another good event, and we'll see you on Friday, hopefully.
Bike, but I can come and drink a beer. So that sounds good to me. Anyone else having any announcements to make? I like a cold beer too. All right, and my cold is getting better. Now we have a motion from Councillor Huffman for adjournment at 5:55. Councillor Huffman, thank you. A seconder. Councillor Berry is seconding that motion. I call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.